memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang come back. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Koja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Koja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Tora Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
Mesti telan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gendir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gendir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Yeah. Dari bayangkan nyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi. Yeah.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir mesti telan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed, and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now.
Bloop, 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 bloop. What's that sound? Feels like something is flowing. It's the Infinix GT50 Pro, powered by HydroFlow liquid cooling. No lag, just smooth gameplay. 144 FPS, pressure sense GT trigger, fast and responsive. For MLBB players, this one's for you. Get it now at Infinix official store and TikTok shop, Infinix Malaysia.
Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from Grab Food to stay focused. Cultured by Todak. Todak Culture. Get MPL Malaysia's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Welcome everybody! The MPL Arena at Quill City Mall is thankful to have fans like these showing up every single weekend on a bright and early Sunday afternoon. It is currently 2:11 GMT plus 8 for all the fans watching across the world. Thank you for tuning into the MPL Season 17. MPL MY has always been very, very thankful for all of our fans tuning in today. But now we are on week 7. We are on that final leg, looking for our last couple of spots here at the playoffs. Once again, we bid you welcome and thank you so much for watching the MPL MY Season 17. Of course, my name is Gideon Q. Here on the desk, we have Sadafar. And now, I mean, you just came off of the MSL Thailand right now.
Yep.
We're always looking towards the international. What are some of your thoughts before we start getting into these games?
Well, yesterday was an interesting experience.
Because you got a special game, actually.
Yeah, I got a Layla game and a Mia game in a row.
Back to back in the same
At
series.
the end of yesterday, yes. Same series, same player, obviously, same team. So, well, the team was already eliminated. So I guess they were probably having a little bit of fun, maybe testing themselves a bit. The Layla game, they almost won.
Speaking of letting y'all have some fun, here's the CD code for you guys to get some in-game rewards. You know what to do. Go type it in. Because I'm starting to feel that right now, MSL Thailand might be representing what MPL MY might end up on its very last week, especially for teams who have nothing to lose, right? Are we going to start seeing some of the weirder picks? And more importantly, by the time we're done with week number 7, we should already have a rough idea who's going over the playoffs.
Yeah, we already have a very, very close idea, actually. It's only those last 2 slots to the playoffs that we don't know yet for sure. And we're not going to get the answers to that just yet. That's going to have to wait until next week. But you know what we don't have to wait for?
What don't we have to wait for?
We don't have to wait to power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G Power Pass. You can go limitless with unlimited unlimited 5G power and uncapped hyperspeed, and it's made for Gen now.
Oh, the way to do it is great. You can also redeem some player trading cards if you come on over live to the venue and check out the Cellcom Digi booth right at the entrance. It's by the entrance. It's really hard to miss out. And you can check out the rest of the things happening here at the MPL Arena live at Quill City Mall in KL. That being said, though, our upcoming game, Team Ray versus Bigatron MY by Vitality. All stars from across the board. Don't have the script up on the screen, so don't worry. I'll tell you all about the 2026 All-Star event available already from the 30th of April. And instantly we've seen teams I've definitely seen some public teams make some weird movements because of the extra currency that's on the ground. They're like, why are they walking out in the open? They're like 1 HP.
It's like, money!
It's in-game gold!
It's money! If you see money on the floor, IRL, you're probably gonna pick it up.
Oh, dude.
It would have to be there has to be something really off-putting about it to not pick it up.
Yeah, it was like when the time where they made the turtle drop gold.
Oh,
that was a time.
That was a scramble.
Yeah, there were a lot of... I got killed so many times grabbing cash for no reason. That was not worth it. It wasn't. That's the worst part. I got 110.
Worth it in your heart.
No, fair enough. The extra 110 discount is always good. But coming back into these games, Team Ray currently doing positive, really, really well overall if we have to look at the entire season as a whole. Bigatron on the opposite end, they're kind of oscillating here.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of situation. We've got game highlights for their first meeting earlier in the season. I don't actually remember who won this one. I'm gonna assume it was Team Array, but depending on when it happened, we also know that Bigatron is the team that started off a little bit slower and then really found their stride midway through. Both these teams kind of share that history, and now they also share the same situation of not being in the most stable of positions. They both just came off of recent defeats.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at this, considering that the lineup still has access to Smooth, already tells me, Smooth alongside with Annabelle already tells me that this is before the initial change. Now, BTR, they put up a pretty, based off of memory, they put up a decent fight against Team Ray, but it's these steals at the end which made it really, really difficult. So that's why coming this time around with Lynch on top of Chibi, this might be the way that they want to play, right? Bigatron gets that early lead, they convert it eventually into a neutral, and then look to close out the game in typical fashion.
Yeah, early game is going to be important. Both these teams like to play for that early game. They like to contest those neutral objectives. We literally have Chibi versus Just Gar, right? Our old Turtle Mania versus our new Turtle Mania. Who's going to be able to secure more retributions? I think that's very worth watching. But I do think, purely from a performance standpoint, BTR looks a little bit better.
Really?
Team Ray should have the potential. It's just,
okay,
I think they've been getting a little bit full of themselves.
I really thought that you were going to be on the side of Team Ray. I'm not going to lie, because again,
I like Team Ray, but it's because I like Team Ray that it's like, it's a little disappointing to see how they've been playing.
Just a little bit. Okay, first, let's talk about the patch updates, because this is a very decisive moment. If anybody wants to start looking at the patch as a means to take advantage of the meta, the return of the Boxer Paquito is a big question mark here. And I think that so far, based off of our testing, it's looking like EXP seems to be the way to go. Having access to Flicker is great, but the extra damage reduction that scales with level is honestly kind of nice.
It's really, really nice. Anytime a frontline fighter gets any sort of damage reduction, it's going to be pretty huge. Just look at Lapu Lapu as an example, right? But yeah, we tried out a couple games. Paquito jungle still feels a little bit lackluster. EXP lane seems to be where he should be, but it still depends on the game itself. In terms of other changes, Cho is still very solid. Even with the nerfs, Harley is still very, very strong. I highly doubt we're going to see too much of Belleric, and I really wish they would add Aulus to this screen, because it just feels like he wasn't invited to the party.
He wasn't, because nobody's touching him right now, right? And I think they kind of nerfed Aulus sorta to the ground, because they've taken away his like most important tool, which is CC immunity during his ult. So now he's like, well, I mean, what am I supposed to do, right? It's kind of unplayable for him.
I can attack you faster, but you can stop me easier, and that's always been the issue for these auto-attack fighters.
Our game devs, whatever they take, it's an even exchange. Big fans of, what? I'm trying to think of the name of the anime. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. There we go. Equivalent exchange. We take, we give. But now we talk about the red robots fighting to survive the red zone. We said literally last week, hey, BTR, earlier this week, that BTR only has multiple opportunities to actually make it to the playoffs, and they only have 3 games left.
Yeah, it is going to be today's game versus Team Ray, followed by Flash on week 8, day 1, and then Invictus Gaming on week 8, day 2. IG, definitely going to be the toughest opponent out of them all right now. They seem to be on a hot streak. They've really found their stride. Flash should, on paper, be a victory for BTRM as long as everything goes right. So today is going to be the day that skews it, right? Whether they get this victory versus Ray.
Now keep in mind, in that graphic you saw that they're just behind RRQ Tora by a single point. So winning evens it out. Then if you don't want to deal with the aggregate points, just win 1 more series. So BTR in total must win a total of 2 series to almost guarantee themselves into the playoffs, giving their 56% chance.
When you take that into account, today is a pretty important day for BTR. They not only need to win their game versus Team Ray, RRQ is going to be playing later in the second match. So if they end up losing that one, BTR is also going to feel a lot happier about the situation.
Absolutely. The best case scenario is that they win today's game, so that way playing against IG won't feel as bad, assuming everything works well against Flash, because I don't know, something about that team is telling me it's like we're already in a corner. It might be MSL Thailand time. Whip out the weirder stuff.
You got a good point. If there's any team here that's known for your cheese picks, it's going to be Flash. And they've made very interesting things happen throughout this season, so can't let your guard down for that. But for now, let's focus on this particular matchup. What are your thoughts, Gideon?
Personally, I'm thinking that Team Ray should be able to take this game overall, but it's tough, right? It's really, really tough. First, let us address amongst all the Malaysian players that is Beth right now, and this is taken from online, right? From the MPL MY group. Somebody has said that amongst the best players in Malaysia for the Asian Games. Now, keep in mind, the Asian Games are going to happen in Japan, Nagoya. Sounds like an awesome time.
That's so cool.
I know. But we need to talk about potential Southeast Asian representatives here. Obviously, there's the rest of Southeast Asia. For Malaysia specifically, Rom, Yums, and Zekif, I think it's interesting. Yums, for sure. Zekif, do you agree with this?
I do, actually. I think Zekif has very high potential. Maybe not quite to the level of Yums, but he's a veteran, right? I think Zekif definitely deserves a position if they have the extra slots for him. Chiku and Lolils for the marksman makes a lot of sense. Lolil has literally represented us multiple times.
If you have to choose one.
Lolil.
Lolil?
Yeah.
I mean, both of them have played in the SEA Games before. And I mean, this is the first time the Asian Games is having MLBB, so we'll test the waters here. Junglers, Skies, Arrow 44, and Chibi, I think all 3 are pretty decent options. I think Uni honestly deserves a potential spot for either Arrow or Chibi because they're kind of within that area.
I think Skies is still probably the most consistent, though that depends on whether he'll have Yums or Stormy with him, right? We did see their other options. EXP was Yetri or Siska, and then I think mid lane is Stormy or Z. What about those?
Oh, dude, I think Zay actually plays a pretty strong game. I feel like Stormy is just a more refined version of Zay as of right now. But then the EXP is kind of can go anywhere. I don't know. What about you guys? Who do you think should represent us for the Asian Games? Before you start answering that, let's look at this interview.
Hey guys, Rose here. Sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan pertama hari ini di mana BTRM akan menentang dengan Team Ray, Rose actually nak borak sedikit dengan Coach Kenji daripada BTRM. Hi Coach.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Are you okay?
Okay naman.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay, so he said he's okay. Now Coach, let's just be straightforward, no? You guys had a big loss up against ACE Esports on Friday, and that could have been the chance of BTRM to actually already secure your playoff slot. So I want to ask you, how did the team handle it? Because judging from how they looked after that loss, they looked very disappointed.
Nung pagkatalo namin doon na dismayado sila. Hindi dahil sa sa result. Kumbaga dahil hindi namin nalaro yung kung paano dapat namin laruin yung nung game na yun. Kumbaga nung game 3 talagang confident na lahat na panalo na. Based sa heroes, komportable na talaga sila. Kaso ang naging problema siguro yung naging overconfident sila. Tapos nung yun, nagkamali one by one, doon pinaka nanggagaling yung emotion nila, but sila
I
dismayado.
see. Okay, now Coach cakap, actually memang BTRM agak kecewa selepas kalah dengan ACE Esports. Tapi bukan sebab result, tapi lebih kepada playstyle yang diorang nak bawa di dalam MPL MY tak jadi. Lagi-lagi di game ketiga di mana semua sepatutnya ada plan sudah. Di mana mereka masing-masing pun sudah confident dalam perlawanan itu, tapi unfortunately gagal. And tu yang membuat pasukan BTRM sangat-sangat kecewa. Okay, now we know that in BTRM, Chibi is very happy, happy-go-lucky. He's like what we call the glue guy, no? But whenever you guys face tough losses, like AC Esports that day, who motivates the team actually and who handles it the best?
Nung talo kami nung last time, ako tsaka yung assistant coach and yung manager din namin, parang Chibi din naman. Pero that time medyo rin siya, frustrated din. So
I see. Coach cakap biasanya bila mereka kalah yang sama macam AC punya incident hari itu, yang akan motivate team adalah the coaching staff, Coach Kenji, assistant coach dan juga Vince sebagai manager. Chibi cuba untuk membuat team happy tapi dia pun nampak agak frust lah dengan kekalahan yang berlaku. And of course, BTRM's remaining matches are against Flash and IG. Now, these two teams, if we look at it from pay-per-view, from a different perspective, I think it's going to be a tough matchup. Not because you guys are not good, but because Flash is on a nothing-to-lose mindset. And if we look back, Todat, when they were on a nothing-to-lose, they beat everybody their way. IG is looking to secure upper bracket. So, Coach Kenji, how important is it to win today?
Importante naman lahat ng remaining matches namin. Kumbaga na lang, focus lang kami sa kung paano namin lalaruin na maayos yung games. Tapos di na namin masyado inisip kung sino yung mga makalaban namin. Ang importante magawa namin yung best namin sa lahat ng match.
Coach Kenji cakap, actually sekarang ni team BTRM tengah fokus kepada team sendiri. Diorang tak kisah pun nak lawan team mana. Sebab kalau mereka pun tak boleh selesaikan masalah sendiri, takkan diorang nak look at their opponents. I think it's just going to add more pressure if we look at the opposing side, right? How are you handling the pressure right now? You look a bit stressed.
Normal lang naman.
Normal. Just a usual coach thing. And of course, this match, BTRM going up against Team Ray. Both teams are on a losing momentum, right? I want to ask you, for BTRM, we know that a win is very important to secure a playoff slot. What do you have to bring today? What different does BTRM have for Team Ray today?
Para sa akin, malaro lang namin kung paano kami maglaro sa practices. Wag i-underestimate yung kalaban, tas wag din maging overconfident, lalo na in-game. Kasi minsan pag lamang na kami, biglang may mga random na nangyayari. So maging disiplinado lang sila, tapos laruin lang yung kung paano kami maglaro.
Coach Kenji cakap untuk perlawanan menentang dengan Team Ray, dia rasa they just really have to focus sama macam dorang main dekat practice, dekat scrim. Of course, jangan terlalu overconfident, jangan hilang disiplin, because dia cakap kadang-kadang bila mereka sudah pun tengah leading in game, masing-masing buatlah gerakan tambahan and all that kind of stuff. You know what, Coach Kenji, thank you very much. Good luck for this match. And with that, guys, mari let's show it back to our casters untuk mulakan perlawanan ini.
Thank you so much. Words from the man himself of Coach Kenji here. Once again, thank you so much for Rose, but it's tough when Team Ray is on the opposite side with Lolios, Ivan, Martisi, Justgar, and Siska, who have found their rhythm and have honestly found their play style.
Yeah, as long as they make sure they don't go overboard, they properly respect their opponent, they draft the right heroes, Team Ray has all the ingredients necessary to be a top-tier team here in MPL Malaysia. It's just that they are still prone to some of those mistakes. Is it because they're overconfident after their win streak? That's something that they themselves acknowledge. Or is there a different issue under the table? We don't know for sure, but hopefully they will have figured it out because they're up against Bigatron MY.
I mean, considering Bigatron MY, I feel like they are the ones who are feeling extra confident because they are the ones who lost 2-0 against a tight series against all combo, and they are the ones who needed to drop that game. If not, Bigatron wouldn't be in this position. With Chico guys, Lassie, Zay, Chibi, as well as Lynch, they're looking to get that 2-0 victory here today to try and bring them one step closer to the playoff security. secure.
It's clear that Bigatron is trying to diversify their gameplay a little bit, especially with Chibi and Lynch in their roster. But there is still that DNA that depends on Chiku a bit more than I'd like.
Well, with that being said, though, let's get these games started as we bring both the teams right up for their walk-ups onto the stage.
The race for the upper bracket is far from over, and the Stingrays refuse to fall behind. After a disappointing outing, all eyes now lock onto Jaskar, Martizi, and Ivan to take over the river and command the flow of the game. They are ready to strike back stronger. This is Team Ray!
The overall performance of Team Ray has been looking stellar, but in recent weeks, the question now comes to Jaskhar's performance. It's been sliding here and there, but there's only one chance to prove the haters wrong. Two losses in a row have only fueled the urgency inside the red machines. Now comes the hard reset, where every circuit, every move, every fight is aimed towards one dominant victory and a step closer to the playoffs. Engines roaring at full power. Bigatron, Malaysia by Vitality!
The rise of rookie mid laner Z has captured the hearts of fans everywhere. Can the rest of this squad keep up? Can the CEO lead his team to victory once again? Now, let us welcome the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match. They will be joined by our head of League Ops, Franklin, to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. For Team Ray, we got head coach Caleb and assistant coach Saint DeLucas. And for BTRM, we got head coach Kenji.
All right. Now, once again, of course, we're going to make sure that both of our teams have an opportunity for last points of contact before they head to war in the Land of Dawn. Respect is given, but it is only earned in one form. Good luck to both of our teams as they start arming themselves to their battle stations. Let's talk about potential draft here. First, we got to see who is going to get blue side, because let me tell you, the data has been roughly conclusive about what blue side and red side. It feels like it is a no contest for a majority of MY teams, and more important for other regions.
Looks like Team Ray is going to be on first pick. They will have that blue side currently sitting on a 50% win rate on that side of the board. And yeah, there are definite dynamics about being on each half of the draft. You can get more priority picks on blue side, but now that the meta has opened up as much as it has, having counter picks, having a large enough hero pool that you can play around with the red side picks is also very, very important.
I think there's also a lot of situations where we do see that the lane matchups have created an interesting dynamic between each other. Obviously, before, at the beginning of the season, we were wondering about the Sora Valentina openers, but that has also started to change. Harith has now come back into the meta, being very good at securing those neutral objectives. Things like the River Crab, which gives a huge amount of gold for whoever is able to collect 3 in a row. You already have the lead.
Speaking of 3 in a row, 3 players collected cards in a row. Make sure you guys drop by the MPL Arena if you guys want some for yourselves. But now, we've got a quote from one of our players coming up on screen. It's Martizi talking about mistakes that we cannot repeat. He said, after losing to Vamos, we felt like we had already bounced back, but against IG, we went blank in the game and our decision-making was not as good as theirs, which resulted in our loss. After that defeat, we all felt stressed because we really wanted the upper bracket slot. If we continue making poor decisions, we'll end up with the same outcome this match as well.
Wise words coming in from Martizi himself. Prepared. Most importantly, very understandable, because again, when you are going for that mental reset, there's no way to kind of measure whether or not you've kind of reset or not until you start seeing performances do well. Against IG, unfortunately, that was not the case, but against BTR, they're looking to change that here and now. Now, keep in mind that Martizi is going to have a bit of a difficult time, right? He's facing off against Zay on the other side, which earlier this week was doing phenomenally in both of his games.
Yeah, I think Z if people haven't been catching notice of this rookie by now, they already will have. And if you haven't still, I really want to direct your eyes towards him. The way he positions, the way he plays is very, very clean and kind of similar to how we knew Martisi for in the past, but hasn't quite been able to keep up.
All right, let's look at our MPL MY Insider by Cellcom Digi. We asked Rossi during the match against AC, was there any expectation to achieve a 2-0 for the playoff slot? He said the expectation was one factor. Looking back at our game, there was a bit of overconfidence too, but we don't blame each other. So that confirms it, right? Truly overconfident in their match against AC.
Well, when you are the underdog at the start of the season, and all of a sudden you go on a streak, people start recognizing your gameplay and giving you compliments and praise, you will start to get a little overconfident, right? I think all of us can understand that. That is human nature. It comes down to how well these players are able to adapt to that, how well the coaches can prepare them for that. It's important to be able to take that praise with pride, but not let it get to your head.
And we'll see. We'll see whether it's going to get to their head or not as we start making our way over into the drafting phase here. Good luck to both of our competitors as we start to see them start throwing out the first few blows. But before we start heading into the actual draft, of course, most importantly, the random map draw. Team Ray on blue side, BTRM on the red. Phobius is going to be the first ban as Broken Walls is revealed to be the map.
Broken Walls instantly creates the opportunity for tank junglers to do their thing. Very good for Baxia and Fredrin, and we know both of these junglers are capable of playing utility. Got another card pack open right there. Super Yoshi, Diablo, and Gary. Not too bad right there.
Pretty nice pulls. Marcel gets banned out for the side of Caleb. Chip by Kenji. Interesting. Now, when we're looking at the map win rates, obviously Team Ray looking just a little bit better here because Broken Walls, man, is... That's funny.
That's a new one.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It lined up so perfectly because it's against Team Ray on top of everything else. Oh my god.
BTR stands for better.
Or BTR. One or the other. You spell it out, it's still the same outcome. Leomord gets banned out here. Baxia banned from Kenji.
BTR understands that tank jungle going to be very strong in Broken Walls, and we know that Jescar plays it a lot, but it does open up the Guinevere, which Team Ray will snatch up instantly. Now the Harif is open. It's a hero that Chiku likes playing. Phobius is already banned, but he's also not had a very high success rate with it.
That's the thing. I'm wondering whether or not they want to lean more into the Harley Zushin or not. But let's look at the fun fact. As it stands, Suyo and Leomord have statistically drafting stats with 47 picks each and 49% win rate, 23 out of the 47 games. So again, Suyeon as well as Leomord, top tier picks.
Wait, they're equal?
Jungle. Yeah.
Are they saying those stats are equal? They've both been picked 47 times and both have a 49% win rate?
Yep.
That's kind of insane, actually.
It may be insane, but I think this was like the general outlook for most MPL regions that both of these picks were going to get highly contested. But now it looks like we've seen that BTRM had decided, you know what? We're still playing for our Lord and Savior Chiku guys. Let's just double down on this Mormon religion and go for the Zushin on top of it.
So the problem with the Harif recently, for Chiku guys especially, is that he likes to play aggro. He knows how strong the hero is and how he can basically two-shot, three-shot people after that Holy Crystal timing, but he also has a tendency to dash forward too deeply into the fight. And Team Ray instantly is looking to punish that. The Hylos and the Eve to deny Zaman Force control.
Yep, they want to limit the overall mobility of Harith. If you're going to dash around, you can only stay within my box. That's the most ideal scenario here for the side of Team Ray. Not to mention they've got some decent peel with the high loss as well. Now, denying it from the Zushin, always a good sign. But now BTR have to start questioning themselves because that mid lane duo is strong. There's not a lot of ways to get around it, especially since Hylos has such high base damage.
Yeah, this is actually quite difficult already for BTR. They're going to need to deal with a very powerful teamfight duo. Zeusin doesn't clear wave nearly as fast, so they need an aggressive roamer like Khalid, but he will also get quite easily caught out inside the RWM, so they need to figure out a different option entirely here. They'll go with the Suyo first, just to secure their jungler.
Yeah, I was thinking that Hilda is probably a little better than the Khalid, especially in the lane. But in the later team fights, the Raging Sandstorm is going to play a crucial part. Now, knowing that Eve is on the opposite side, BTRM's EXP, it's really important for them that they have somebody who's able to get on top of Martizi.
Actually, could be a good game for Glue, thinking about it. We know Rasi likes it. Works quite well into the high-lows.
I don't think it's the worst. Not to mention that, oh wait, hold on. I would have imagined that, no. Deny the potential flex pick from Lynch. Maybe Team Ray is trying to attack the EXP. We'll see here. This should be the indicator.
Yeah, I think you do attack the EXP, unless there's any particular roamers you're worried about, but with this mid-duo, you're already quite set.
I don't know, I think there is a reason to ban out supports as well. Like single target lockdown, like Cho's. Okay, they also get rid of the glue. I think that's totally fine as well. That can be a flex pick too.
Cho is a good point. That's a possibility.
Yeah, because no matter what, like Guinevere as a single target lockdown, at least you can Purify out of it, but having the battle spell Purify is a little frustrating for gold laners in particular.
Let's see, what will be the choice besides Cho? Is there anything else that BTR could still play? Katot Kacha comes to mind, but then your wave clear is still a bit lacking and don't have a lot of mid lane pressure. I think it's gotta be something more aggro. Cho makes the most sense for me right now for BTR. They will go ahead and ban the Lapu and the Obsidia before that, so specifically targeting comfort picks, but not really narrowing the pool in any way.
I think it directly, I mean, the direct counter picks are already gone, right? The Obsidia deals with Harif very easily as long as you hit that ult. Once you get that Hunter Bone, it's GG for Harif. On the opposite side, at least for Lapu, I would have imagined that BTRM wanted to hold for it, but I guess they want this lane to be more volatile. My guess is they want to set up for Uranus, because that's probably the only thing that can peel for the Jushin at this point.
But even Uranus, Uranus can be good, but if you lose early, then your value just drops off a cliff.
Just don't lose early.
I actually thought Team Ray might want to play Arlet for themselves, but since they don't have first pick, they're gonna go ahead and ban it out. I don't really like Uranus personally, and I think that picking EXP here is also a little bit too risky. Maybe just go for the Cho first.
They can go for the Cho if they want something a little bit more reliable. Generally speaking, I think Uranus makes the most amount of sense for the team, mainly because you already have two major damage dealers. Two magic damage dealers. So again, shredding off the MR is always nice for them. Not to mention that I think overall it should be an okay blind pick, right, against Team Ray. I don't think there's many counter matchups in the meta for him, unless you go outside of the meta like Dairoth and things like that.
There is still things like the Alice. They will go for the Cho first, keep it open, try to make sure they at least have lane priority on one side of the map. Now Team Ray going to be looking for their respective side lanes unless the Hylos is flexed for some reason. The Claude is still open, still one of the best heroes in the meta. Wouldn't be surprised if that's what they give over to Lolil.
I'm down for it. At least Claude has better ways of playing. He could go from Moscot into Harrod. That's another matchup, especially if he takes Master Assassin, that possibly allows him to win the lane. It doesn't matter, as long as he takes Purify, level 4 is going to be dangerous.
What about EXP though? If they want more team fight, there's still Terizla. They don't know what their opponent is yet, so they gotta pick something safer. I guess that's why. Oh wait, I hear a Benedetta being locked in for Siska right here, along with the Claude as expected. So that is interesting. We're gonna be able to see Siska on one of his signature picks again. First time in a while, and the Uranus does show up.
Okay, so Team Ray is showing a little bit of personality. Multiple ways of enabling their win conditions, putting Siska on something not only he is comfortable on, but can actually force plays on towards Chiku guys and Suyo during internal objectives. Most importantly, it's a mid-trio battle right now. It's tough to say who really wins, right? Because if Suyo lands a Blade Surge a little too early, the Magic Thumb comes after. If the Magic Thumb starts off first, then the Blade Surge is going to come out next. So really, I would say that there's a slight advantage for Team Ray, because it's way easier to get in and out.
For me personally, I think Team Ray's draft looks a lot better overall. Bigatron does have things they can do with pickoff due to this Cho and Zeus in together, but a lot of their damage comes in from Chibi and Chiku, and if they're not able to execute easily, which is going to be difficult in the first place thanks to the RWM, then it's very difficult for BTR to actually play for their game plan. But if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be our CEO. Let's see whether or not he can reach greater heights for the organization this season as we hop on into the land of Dawn for game number 1.
Legend says that if Chiku guys is able to solo kill you in the lane, he absorbs your net worth.
Ooh. He just
has it.
He just steals all your investments.
You come back and it's just like, where's all my crypto? It's gone. Oh boy. All right, Siska is gonna come back in. Oh, if he steals that, that'd be ridiculous. Okay. But they do get the retribution early. I don't know if Siska actually sees that. Doesn't matter because Little Wonder still falls into the hands of Team Ray.
I can see already the benefit of this Benedetta. Cutting wave behind tier 2, by the way. Nothing Lynch can do about that one. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a bit of an exchange. Rasi able to get some poke done, which is pretty okay.
And Siska at any point can actually start a gank off if BTRM decide to like walk up a little too far. Oh, this is what I'm talking about. Who's gonna get punished?
Siska will find Rasi first. If it was Z, that's 100% Zezusin. But they also don't want to fight since the Suyo is still around.
Yeah, this does mess up the timing of the proxy here. Siska, he wants to do it, but Lynch is keeping him in check. It also doesn't help that he knows that Rasi is nearby, so at this point, he missed out the proxy opportunity, and Lynch comes back into lane.
I think it's still fine to miss the proxy for this wave. You want to proxy the next one.
Yep.
That's when the turtle is going to be set up, and you want to get control over the river.
Question is whether or not they can keep their eyes onto Rasi, because if he disappears, they know that Suyo is on top side. If Rasi disappears, then Siska can't move freely.
Let's see already. Next turtle coming up very, very soon. Team Ray gonna be in position first, but Lynch is also there providing vision.
Okay, let's take their time with this. In terms of the emblem,
Ooh, Rasi gonna disrupt just guard. The positioning a little bit off from the Guinevere, so he has to use spatial migration a bit early on, but they still have control over the turtle. They already know that Suyo's in the mid lane. Lynch and Rasi providing vision, CC immunity, done well with the Violet Requiem to secure the turtle. And now they switch on over to Lynch. Here comes everything. Drop down on top of the Uranus, and that's first blood.
I don't even know. Is this a contest or what? Like, what are we doing? Why is Zay down on the bottom side clearing that wave? Are we not fighting for this, or what are we doing here? But first blood still falls into the hands of Martizi. Very happy for him. Siska getting that good zone. First couple of turtles, I think, is going to be a little tough for Bigatron by Vitality, knowing that right now, lane control on the EXP side, currently for Siska. Mid lane is, I wouldn't say they're struggling just yet, but we need to see a proactive game.
Yeah, I think that Team Ray obviously has better control over the waves right now. They are trying to invade. BTR has to pull everyone over. They're actually going to commit. Here comes the Mugwort, but the Violet Requiem into the glorious pathway slows them down entirely and cuts the fight now. Siska's even here to help. Ivan will survive on 10%, but 2 people fall in an instant.
Very good coverage here. Siska especially being able to join into that fight, turning it from a one-off trade into a, oh no.
Oh, great cutoff.
Re-gank here, successful for the side of Team Ray, and now they've got everything.
This is basically disaster for Bigatron MY. They were already losing out in lane prio across the map, and now they're losing out in net worth as well. 2.4k in 3 minutes is massive.
It's too big. It's too big of a lead. And Lynch, he's already a couple, he's about a level and 2/3 behind Siska, but really, that doesn't matter. For the time being, he needs to start getting control over the lane, and if he starts proxying now, there's a good chance that he's going to lose out on his ult.
And this is why I wasn't sure about the Uranus pickup. I feel like Bigatron needed something with a little bit more setup, or at least mobility that can match the Benedetta. Siska is just being allowed to roam the map for free, and they don't have anyone who's in a strong enough position to deal with it.
Well, I was mainly expecting... Oh, hold on. The all-in coming in from Chiku, guys. He should be able to chunk him out pretty hard, but Lolios is already a full level ahead. Actually, it was 2 levels ahead of him prior to the fight.
Claude really needs another nerf. I think the hero is still... Oh, Jaskar! Violet Requiem, they found Lynch inside the pit. Purify comes out at the last possible second to bait it out. Team Ray, control over the turtle. Rasi tries to steal it, not able to do so. Has to flicker to get away. Glorious Pathway now slows them down, cuts off the escape route, and Rasi falls.
Yes, play around Siska. Make sure that he snowballs out of control. That's both turtles. Now even with the siege as well.
Yeah, RWM, they lock down Lynch and dive behind the tower. That's a Uranus, by the way. just treated like he's nothing.
Yep, and now there's no more setups here for the side of Bigatron. Their entire composition is the peel, which is why, you know, the Uranus was sort of expected for the side of Bigatron. Any sets from the EXP, especially into Benedetta, means that you have to have some impact in the team fights. And Bigatron's team fights is Chiku guys, scale, invest, and then you profit.
I expect to see Bigatron put a lot more. Oh, Violet Requiem in the backline. They found Lynch again. They thought it was just a proxy, but Jescar was waiting in ambush.
Very nice, very nice. They planned ahead for this. They made sure they got the full clear too. They guaranteed it. Oh, what?
Huh? Rossi?
No.
That was a misplay. That should have been a free kick, and now Jescar comes in from the flank. Rossi gonna be punished for this one. He'll burn to death. Martisi finds the return kill.
That has got to feel bad. Really, really bad. Starlium side purchase here for Chiku guys. Oh, Zeri!
Siska nearly takes out Z. RWM comes out though, and Martisi finishes him off. Killing spree. Violet Requiem finds the flank. Chibi goes down. Killing spree for Jescar.
It's not looking good. Bigatron, this is probably where they're going to be weakest, especially since no advantages in the laning phases. Now, we're seeing that Team Ray, with a 6k lead, can kind of do whatever they want, right? They can walk into enemy territory, they can start these 1v1s, like Lolios is dominating Chiku so hard.
But this is the Team Ray we've been waiting for, basically. This is the Team Ray that was dominating weeks 3 through 5 and kind of lost that sauce initially. Now returning back to the roots. Strong early game, powerful rotations, and just a very good game plan.
Yep. I think making sure that they played around Siska was a very good idea. Not to mention that Siska, without any help, was already beating Lynch, making impact in the game as soon as he was able to walk away from the lane.
This is probably a free turtle. I don't think Bigatron is gonna be able to get anywhere near this one. Rossi can't even get close enough to provide vision. So another objective going over to Jescar, our new Turtle Mania, coming up on top right now.
He's already a level ahead, and GB has been struggling to get into the pit. That's the problem, right? It feels like Bigatron can't fight for these neutral objectives as long as the RWM is in. Siska clears the wave just in time here and denies Chiku guys a recall.
It's just gonna be a nuisance for as long as possible. Maybe even buy time for his team to rotate over, because Ivan will show himself. BTRM going to back things off as fast as possible.
They're taking the time with this. Chiku guys is out with this control coming in from Team Ray. They've intercepted basically all the rotations. They can't move around the map freely, and that's mid-tier 1 finally collapsing. This next Lord is going to be pretty devastating. Overall, I can't see how Bigatron is going to clear these waves. Like, the mid-game is really where they were supposed to spike, and unfortunately, they missed that window.
Ooh, Chibi nearly 1v1. Dead to Siska is Benedetta. There's a reason why teams respect this pick, especially against players like this. We see it banned every single game versus Diablo. But Siska is one of those Benedetta players as well, and he's making his presence known.
He's trying to make a name for himself here. He'll do anything possible to make it work out. Yep, he's going for the damage bill. Hunter Strike already completed. Second item's already down. Is he gonna go for BOD at the end here? We'll see later on. But for now, looking at the opposite side, the anti-heal, nobody's got it.
Even if they did have anti-heal, I think they just don't have any damage right now. You can see that Chiku guys had to try. I think he is trying to skip that Feather of Heaven now to hit Holy Crystal as quick as he can, but 2k gold behind Lolil, nearly a 10k gold lead at 9 minutes. Team Ray, I don't see how they lose this.
It's very difficult. They've already set up the checkmate angle pretty well. They've systematically taken away towers, systematically broke the tier 2s, and most importantly, denied the entire jungle from GB. It is impossible to walk up to this unless GB decides to make an amazing steal, but I don't see it happening either.
Oh, Free Lord. GB is just gonna try and farm the opposite side of the map wherever he can. Bigatron, their goal right now is to delay the game. At least make it so that Chiku can hit that Holy Crystal. Ideally get that third item as well. But Siska just got that Malefic Roar. That was what he was building, not the BOD. Lynch gonna be in even more trouble.
Yup. Oh man. Very cost-efficient items here from Siska. Really, really intelligent choice. Just make sure that the frontliners going to suffer just a little bit more At this stage of the game, it kind of feels like he can do whatever he wants. With the 10k gold lead, it's hard to kind of mess this up. And I think the only way they lose this is if Siska dives a little too hard or gets hit by a kick.
Yeah, basically, Team Ray has the throw. That's the only way BTR finds their way back into this at this point. Lin's gonna try and hold the mid tier too, but look at how much damage he takes just from a couple of skills. The poke, too much. First Holy defense broken down. Lord still pushing up top. BTR should be able to hold this push since they've still got it on the other two lanes.
They're going to sync it up. The Holy shielding is still upwards towards the top and bottom side. Unable to stagger it, they're just going to have to accumulate it.
Ouch, look at Lynch. He's dying just to Lolil, poking him from afar. The Gore's pathway just to make sure he goes down. Mega kill from Arteezy. The tower will fall. BTR cannot get close thanks to the carpet being dropped down. Ivan so tanky, basically doing the job that BTR needs Lynch to do. And even Chibi, no one can walk up to Ray right now because all your HP disappears so fast.
Yep, Lolil's still maintaining his Art of Thievery stack, so he still hurts. Haven't been able to get the reset onto him. I think only now.
The Scar goes in! Not gonna commit violent. He gets kicked into the tower, so that's actually a shutdown for Rossi, but the rest of the team is here for revenge. This guy goes in, mounts Rossi away, mega kill for the Benedetta. They're gonna shift over to the bottom tower. No minions currently, so they'll just take whatever they can get. And that should be enough for Team Ray. Chiku finally gets the Holy Crystal. But is it too little too late? Team Ray in full control.
I don't think it's too late just yet, Chiku guys. Going for the chase actually, forcing Martisi to flicker out of there.
And the RWM in return, Lynch will be able to dodge that at least.
At this point, do you think that Bigatron kind of has no win conditions at this point? Nobody has like enough damage realistically to kind of take him out. Martisi,
that's ridiculous.
He is getting away with a lot here. 68,000 damage dealt? What?
That's literally double of Lolil, who is the second highest number.
So wild, so wild. Yeah, it's kind of over at this point. Just guard achievement level 15, 12. I mean, he could have done it slightly faster if he wanted to, but there's a lot of fights. There's been a lot of fights, and a lot of those inhibitors are down because of it.
Even if BTR wants to try and go for a split push gameplay, they don't really have the right comp for it. It's Team Ray that's actually more suited for that with the Claude Benedetta, so there's no way to get an advantage through macro. It really does come down to Team Ray making the throw of their lives some way or another. Lord's gonna drop low, the flank comes in from the side with the conceal. They're gonna get the bottom, they're gonna make the kick on Rafsi, not gonna work out as he gets eliminated. And Siska is 1v3 in the backline! Siska! He picks up the C! Oh, he is unstoppable right now!
He's not done yet, is he? I mean, he's thinking about killing Zay, but I don't think he can close the distance, so Lynch might just have to be good enough.
There's only 2 members left and they have no wave clear, and even if they did, there's just too much damage on the side of Team Ray. The gold lead, the highest we've seen in a very long time. Team Ray with the W for game 1.
Dang, that was absolute destruction. Absolute dismantling of BTR. They got to get Chiku guys off of this Harith. He has not performed within this week on Harith. He's much better on some of the more traditional marksmans.
And even then, I don't feel like this game is really Chiku's fault right here. The draft definitely skewed a little more towards Team Ray. Very easy to fight objectives, very easy to take neutrals, very easy to push waves with that Benedetta, and they knew how to play around them too.
Yeah, and I don't know, they need to have a better setup, right? I personally think as much as like the mid lane needed some form of control, I would admit that Rossi probably should have defended off of the first proxy, right? That's the main idea. Attack Siska early on, don't let him make that impact, and that way you start to develop your team comp a little bit better. First blood was already achieved at level 2, so that's something they have to be more aware of for these side lane matchups.
Yeah, a lot of the advantage spilled over from Siska's lane specifically, since he can proxy waves without being checked. He can join fights in the mid lane quite easily. I think that first turtle was also a bit of a mistake from BTR, where they expected Lynch and Rossi to somehow delay, but it was clear the team wasn't ready to fight. They should have just given up on it.
Yeah, no, the position was weird. It was really, really weird. With that being said, let's look at our MVP of this game. It's going to go over to Siska. What a goddamn surprise. It's not like he was literally engaging on every single fight in 1v3. But hey, it's great to see him show off on a Benedetto with a perfect score, 5-0-3.
Like you pointed out, very economical item choices as well. Hunter Strike, Sea Halberd, Malefic Roar are all very, very cheap. They can be picked up early on with very high impact. And this hero already snowballs out of control when you have that much of a gold advantage. When you got a Uranus also that isn't really capable of stopping you from just clearing the waves and then joining your team, you can make so much happen on the map.
Yeah, I would have imagined that at some point he was maybe even considering a War Axe, but he was like, no, I am pure damage. If I jump that back line and they die, it's game over already. And that's what he finds at the very end against Shiku guys, facing down multiple targets. So I think at this point, BTRM, they're going to have to hit the drawing board once again, right? Like, I was expecting more ganks to happen within the mid lane, utilizing Chibi a little bit more, Rossi as well. I think that unfortunately, Team Ray has done the preparation. They're taking away all the flex picks away from Lynch, putting it on something that is more straightforward and extremely direct.
Yeah, I don't blame BTR too much for going for that Uranus. If it worked well, could have peeled for them. And there really wasn't a lot left in the pool for him to grab at that point. Because once this Eve Hylos combo comes out, there's very little in the MLBV ecosystem that can actually handle that sort of situation. Not to mention the Guinevere being let go. One of the most flexible heroes in the game right now. And Jesgar played a strong game.
Very, very strong game here. And the scary part is that a lot of the power picks were still available. Harley was still out in the open and nobody wanted him as well because, again, there's such a big dynamic here. I think that BTRM, unfortunately, as much as they figured out their style, this Harith as the end game, end-all, be-all is just not good enough. I think, unfortunately, Chiku guys just needs to lane better with other things. Arguably, even Clint, something so brain-dead and straightforward that he can't mess up.
At this point, I think you just gotta steal Claude. You just gotta take Claude right out the gate.
If they want to go for Harith again,
yeah,
then sure.
Because if Chiku had taken Claude instead of Harith, then
this would have been so much easier.
Yeah, at least they have some kind of late game insurance. No matter how long the game takes, you still have some way of clawing your way back. But no, Lil gets the Claude. Siska gets the Benedetta. You can't win in team fights. You can't win in macro. It's just not a good time. And Martizi as well. Feels like he kind of hurt us when we were comparing him to Z.
Yeah.
And it's like, look at me now, 72,000 damage total.
Yep. They had the winning mid trio, and I think that's the important part, right? The off-timing ganks needed to happen to really affect that dynamic, but it's a near-perfect game, 15-1 overall, coming in from Team Ray. Rich Guy Lolios at 824, he was farming out of his mind, but the carry really led into Martizi. Last time we checked, it was 64, managed to get into the 72s.
At that last fight, he's output, literally, they're so fed by the late game.
So ridiculous.
That anyone who walks up loses 80% HP in 1 second. You can't even peel. You can't even zone.
Yeah.
You're just not playing the game.
It's tough. It's really, really tough. Especially against like a revitalized Hylos as well. Like you think you're going to go down and he doesn't go down. And things just get worse from that point onwards. Let's look at the highlights because I think one of the bigger mistakes happened right here on this first turtle. This should have been a no contest, right? I don't see a world where BTRM wins, especially without their Zushin in the middle of that fight anyways.
Yeah, they were expecting to just scout, try to steal, and then leave. Not really thinking that, like, hey, Team Ray's not gonna let you leave for free. Jesgar, also very active in rotating. They have so much slow. They've got so much zone control. You try to run away, they catch you. And the DPS is more than enough as well. If your Uranus is getting 3-man dived behind Tier 1 before the gold shield is gone, the game is not good.
Yep, it is going terribly. But a lot of these movements here, Jesgar, I mean, he's not hitting the magic thumbs, but his threat alone makes it difficult for Bigatron to start checking these bushes effectively, especially if you're in Zay's position. He decided to go for Flicker instead of the Purify, which is why he's a little bit more nervous about engagement tools from Team Ray.
I think recently we've been seeing in the draft how Zusin can be a little bit of a trap at times. She's still one of the best heroes in the game, but there's a lot of good mid lane mages right now, and locking yourself into Zeus in early means that your opponent can prepare for it. They can make sure they have better wave clear. They can have heroes that don't particularly mind being lifted up. They can attack the side lane so that you'd have no burst to play that hero around, since normally mid lane is one of the most important sources of damage.
Yep. I mean, it is one of the more important sources of damage, but at the same time, BTR, they have a very direct way, right? Play for the CEO no matter what. We're not looking for secondary win conditions. We thought Chibi was going to be that secondary win condition. But when Guinevere gets let through like that, what are you supposed to do, right? Can't go for the snowball on Harley. The best is Suyo, who kind of fulfills multiple positions while diversifying your damage.
I think the Suyo pick was
It's blind, right?
Yeah.
It's like whatever works.
Not really, yeah, blind in that way. As in let's just give something to Chibi. Because you picked Suyo into Guinevere Hylos Eve.
Pretty unwinnable.
Who are you trying to execute there? How do you even get in the fight?
I think the only way to get in the fight is if Rossi, alongside with Zay, is able to get on top of Martisi. Like, Martisi walks up too far forward before he lands the Void Blast, and then they somehow, like, manage to pick him up. I think that's the only way that they lose that lane. Because if they put all their damage into Hylos and Cho walk away, Cho is basically about to die. Hylos is like, oh no, I have no mana.
But if you put a little bit more thought into it, you are going to need to commit quite a few resources to take out Martisi.
Oh no, for sure.
Including Suryo's Blade Surge.
That was the most important one.
He has to dash in to kill that Eve, which means he has no way to dash out. And then he's going to get Glorious Pathwayed and Violet Requiemed. Right? It's like, surely something else would have been better.
I mean, Harley wouldn't have made much of a difference here. I personally believe that probably would have been the case. But, well, we'll have to look for the next game. For now, have a look at our ticket sales. Because, again, playoffs is going to be happening, and unfortunately for the grand finals, lower bracket finals, upper bracket finals, they've been sold out. So the faster you get your tickets to support your teams, you can come on over and join the MPL MY Festival, brought to you by Esports Comp. Don't worry, admissions are absolutely free. You can get those tickets and come on in and enjoy the fan activities, free giveaways, and most importantly, the ultimate giant screen for the watch party only.
Yeah, so that means that the tickets for the first couple days of playoffs are still available. If you guys want to come and experience the atmosphere inside the arena, that is your opportunity to do so. But if you missed out on getting the tickets for the big ticket matches, the grand finals, that doesn't mean you still can't come by. There's a festival, there's a watch party happening as well.
Add to the environment, make it exciting. With that being said, though, we've got our next segment that we're going to throw it over to. Let's have a look.
Hey guys, terima kasih kepada kasih-kasih kita. This is Rose, and nampaknya perlawanan pertama exceeded everybody's expectation. So, I rasa kita kena borak sedikit dengan Zaid dan juga Vince. Hello boys.
Hello.
Hello. Sehat?
Sehat, alhamdulillah. Sehat juga.
Okay, mungkin kita start dengan Vince dulu kot. I rasa masa kita masuk perlawanan ini, ramai orang expected Bigatron to actually dominate. Apa yang terjadi di game pertama?
Untuk game pertama tadi, saya rasa banyaklah mistake dekat early game. Yang saya rasa tadi pun dah bincang, dan insyaAllah untuk game 2 ni kita boleh buat.
Vince confident nak game kedua?
InsyaAllah.
Nampaknya BTRM punya players pun nampak confident masa diorang kembali ke kerusi, and of course major player, and of course kepada Zaid. Kita tahu semalam Team Ray kalah dengan IG 2-0, and itu kekalahan yang kita boleh cakap it was quite a big loss kepada Team Ray. Tapi hari ni nampak macam the table turned 180 degree flip, tiba-tiba dominate. Apa yang you guys buat semalam?
Sebenarnya diorang semalam main tak enjoy lah. So semalam lepas kena bantai 0-2, dah 2 minggu kena kalah 0-2 kan. So malam tadi saya ada main scrim pukul 8 dan pukul 10. Saya tunjuk lah cara untuk bermain enjoy dalam scrim tu macam mana.
So macam mana sebenarnya cara enjoy dalam screen macam mana?
Cara dia dapat kill wah-wah lah kan.
Oh, patutlah tadi Rose boleh dengar kan. Gar, wow, dia tengah bising.
Betul, lagi-lagi Siska sebab dia kadang-kadang macam diam kan. Geram tengok, rasa macam nak pukul je.
Jangan, sabar bang, sabar.
So dia kena hype sikit lah. Baru hype, adrenaline dia tengah naik
Betul ke Vince?
Betul.
Adakah BTR tadi tak enjoy the game?
Awal-awal enjoy, tapi lepas mistake tu dah tak enjoy ya.
So kita tengoklah siapa yang lagi enjoy di game kedua. And of course, since hari ni perlawanan ini full house, mungkin kita boleh harapkan full 3 game lah, so that audience kita punya tiket semua worth it lah kan?
Boleh Aid?
Boleh kan guys?
Boleh.
So since full house, kita nak buat cheer battle. Tapi kita ada wakil sendiri lah daripada tim masing-masing. Mungkin Zaid boleh start dulu kot. Suruh Team Ray punya fans, apa? Rayers?
Rainers
Rainers, yes, boleh. Bagi semangat.
Aku cakap, Team Ray, korang fight Ray ramai-ramai Paling kuat. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Team Ray!
Woi, kuat! First time Rose dengar Team Ray punya fans kuat macam ni.
Tak, sebab Rainers sebab dah win streak banyak Fest.
Oh, macam tu. Kalau lose streak tak ada?
Dia lari semua.
Oh, lari semua. Untuk Vince pula. Macam mana cheer bigger troopers?
Tapi saya kena tanya dulu, diorang ni BTR ke tak? BTR
BTR.
Wow.
Okay, let's go Vince.
Okay, BTR punya cheers is bila saya sebut BTR, kau sebut win. Boleh? Simple je. Okay, ready? Bigetron!
Ini yang semangat yang kita nak di MPL MY Arena. With that, mari let's go back to the castles untuk mulakan game kedua dalam perlawanan ini.
And that's the audience hype with Rose Zaid alongside with ex-professional player, now professional manager Vince, up by the stage. At least it gives a little bit of time for the teams to deliberate what went wrong. Because from Team Ray, it's like, all right, we're thinking about game number 2, adjustments for the draft. Bigatron, get him off of Harith. They got to get him off of Harith, man.
The CEO, unfortunately, can't be getting his hands dirty. He needs a bit more time. He needs heroes that give him space, that give him abilities to play around the battlefield and not have to dive straight in, especially against an Eve Hylos duo.
Yeah.
That mid trio has been a point of contention for a long time. It has been a very important part of the game for most teams in this meta, particularly because a lot happens out of winning that mid lane and jungle. So you gotta draft for that in mind.
Yes, sir. That's how they're gonna have to do it. I thinking back of the previous draft, I agree with you that Glue would have been a good pickup within first phase. Problem is, by the time you wait till the second phase, it's too late. It's already gone here. So for the upcoming game, I think that now that we take away the relationship between Harith and a single target lockdown, so he doesn't, so that your opposing gold laner needs to take Purify, they might have to omit that at this point. They have to play for their mid trio and then eventually get a winning matchup for Chiku guys. And the only things that really affect that is whether or not, as much as Zetian is, Zushin is also just as good, they might have to fall back to Zetian as a way to disengage.
Could be. We already know that Zeke can position. He's good at artillery mages. Eve is one of his best picks as well. So go back to basics, right? Grab heroes that allow you to team fight properly, that buy space for Chiku guys to do his thing. The ideal would be to not rely on him as much, you know, get the right heroes that allow Chibi to also snowball, but one step at a time, I guess.
Yep, one step at a time, and it looks like BTRM taking blue side. TR now taking the red. Ooh, a double pack opening, a triple pack opening.
3 cards each. Who has the best cards?
I hate the fact that they have matching 6-7 shirts.
Oh my goodness, it's a 6-7 shirt. I cannot believe it.
I am not the
only
one
one.
What are you teaching? What are you teaching your children?
That shirt's only cost $6.70.
Oh boy!
Honestly, these are some pretty good pull. I don't know if these kids even recognize how valuable some of these cards are actually, but they've got a good plethora of players. They got Just God, they've got a lot of the RRQ Tora guys, they got Diablo, and these 2 flashes in 1 pack.
Pretty cool. Oh, even more cards. Oh, that's Stormy right there. That's hype. That's hype.
That whole family had packs to crack. This is. I didn't realize that watching the MPL was a family experience.
So you know what that means? You got to bring your whole family to get more packs.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
I didn't think
more
of it.
people, more packs, more cards, more fun.
Yes, that's the only way that people are going to be able to collect the full collection of the MPL MY Season 17 here. But now coming back into the draft, we do see that the Leo Moore, the Guinevere, alongside with the Freya getting banned out. Bit of a change up here because Marcel got let through. We don't see
sand rises when I
The
give the
chip
word.
man, because it was done by Kenji at the very least, and they left Frey on the opposite side. Khalid, Zhu, Shin. Interesting, interesting.
Khalid Zusin is a solid duo. One of the more effective mid lane duos in the meta right now because Khalid makes up for Zusin's lack of wave clear, especially early on. And they know they're against a Marcel, so he also is not going to have as good wave clear to deal with. I think it's safe for Team Ray to open up with this for now.
I think this follows the plan that BTRM want to do, right? Now they've got their disengage mechanic. They have a way to easily kind of open up the bush, but there's no guarantee that they win the mid lane. They can get, because Khalid deals a significant amount of damage at level 1. Oh! Wow! Okay! Gord! Why?
Good question. It's interesting to see Gord. It has been going up in pick rate across the different MPLs, and I can see why. But Gord Marcel doesn't give him a lot of front line to play with. Yes, he's got solid enough wave clear, but when it comes down to these team fights, he is going to be a sitting duck for that Harley that just got locked in by Ray.
I agree, but Marcel is just a great enabler to set up for Gord to get that 1-2 combo. Because landing the stun in particular is a little annoying, and Marcel is pretty good at like kind of closing the distance, right? Getting in and out of those fights, even from extended ranges. I'm pretty sure that Gord can bounce it together.
Actually, what happens when you laser into the golden hour?
Probably nothing.
Do we know that interaction? Does it get saved or does it get cancelled?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't work like a... It's not a projectile per se.
Yeah.
So it probably should work like the Layla ult. It just kind of like, nothing happens.
But then we know that like Xavier ult gets locked.
Well, that's actually a projectile. You can bounce it back with Lolita's thing.
You're right.
The clouds are ever shifting.
Sometimes the interactions in this game are funny, Gideon.
Look, I've been saying it forever. We had the knock-up issue before, and now we have like proper categories for hard CC and soft CC.
Yeah, we might need proper categorization for projectiles now, considering Marcel.
Laser projectiles or just bullets?
It's like, can you stop time on this projectile?
This time of factor, considering that the projectile is going at the speed of light, it probably shouldn't matter. But let's jump back into this, because now we go into the second phase, right? Sora finally gets banned out. Alice, I was expecting it, and also alongside with the Arlet. It's all right. Didn't think Arlet was going to be a big deal in the first place, if I'm being perfectly honest here.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. If you're getting rid of Alice and Arlet, it leads me to believe that Team Ray want to play Uranus this time around. That feels like what they are telling us.
I mean, they need Peel. They already have like 2 potential divers, well, arguably 3 divers if we include Zushin part of that mixture. So it only makes sense that Ziska plays something a little harder. I mean, now that Benedetta's gone, it feels pretty straightforward.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of EXP laners already taken out of the pool at this point.
Come on, give it to him. Give it.
Got Uranus. Glue is actually still here. No Faramis risk anymore on either side. Lapu Lapu, Ziska's signature is still okay. Actually quite good against the Gord as well.
Our cosmic blaze will
Is there any way to punish? No, I think they kind of got everything here. Yeah, now they're just waiting for the counter matchup. So if Uranus does get picked up by the side of BTRM, it's a little counterintuitive. It's like, yes, you have peel and a good way to peel for Gord, but Gord eventually does true damage anyway, so the MR shred is kind of like a non-factor for the most part of it. Second problem that they're going to have is going to be like looking for these priorities, because if he walks out and dies early on to maybe on the Harley, that laning phase is over. I think this is a much safer option, and at the very least, with the penalty zone, you can cancel out some key abilities.
Yeah, I thought that BTR needed some form of setup in their EXP lane. They can't only rely on Rasi with the Marcel, so the Terizla is going to help a lot with setting those things up. A good penalty zone also allows the Mystic Gush to go ham. Team Ray gonna finish off with the Hilda. So Khalid Hilda together. Hilda in the EXP lane. That's an interesting one.
Okay. So they're going to play for early snowball. That's exactly what they want to do. Terizla, unfortunately, in most level 1 situations, can actually deal with the majority of heroes. Hilda, not so much. It's just one of like, all your damage is kind of like null and void against her.
I like what Team Ray is doing this series, honestly. Priority towards lane prio. Win your lanes, win your game, get that early game snowball. You stop Chiku from farming. You know Bigatron's a little bit reliant on him getting that initial lead. And if they're able to execute on it the same way they did in game number 1, we could be looking at a sweep here. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out whether that is the case. Has the CEO found the trends he needs to follow? Is Clint going to be the first one to set it up for the rest of his squad? Or will Team Ray end this company's legacy right now?
All right, let's find out here. As we see that Rossi immediately at level 1, this is exactly the best scenario for Team Ray. They got us regenerate out, so all damage from this point onwards is going to be permanent for the next minute or so. Oh, come on, yeah, Martizi very smart here. Doesn't want to touch the wave, wants to freeze it, yep, and now they get the huge chunk. This lane's done.
Ah, that's so well played.
Bang.
And throws Rossi onto him again.
Come on, who wants to walk up? Somebody be brave. Now, unfortunately for Lynch, he did have to sacrifice his level 1 to rush. Wait.
Chibi came over to affect the lane. Still doesn't actually win it out in a 2v3 situation. Zeus and Khalid together are so strong.
Yeah, so good. So very, very good.
And now Ivan sees GB low. He's gonna force him back. He can't take his buff. Lynch has to come and help defend, but he's only level 2. Jescar is here as well. This should be a free buff steal. Oh, hold on. Z did get it, but that's still not ideal for BTR.
Oh, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, as long as it's not going over to Chibi, this is going to be a no contest for the upcoming turtle, right? I don't see it happening now. Unless we get a vertical jungle situation, but Ivan's not going to let that happen. Look at him. He's man-marking him till his death.
Rassi's going to come over, but this is the issue with the Marcel.
Whoa, Ivan, you're playing a dangerous game here. I don't know if you want to stick anywhere longer if Martizi can't back you up.
I'm kind of surprised Z didn't try to go for a stun there. They definitely could have picked up a kill on this Khalid for going that far into the jungle.
Oh, but if Z misses out that stun, he basically can't walk back into lane anymore. Martizi just zones him out and then he loses an entire wave.
Already not a good start, but it's early enough in the game that it shouldn't affect them too much as long as they can regroup. Z will hit level 4, get chunked out hard. Rossi also gets chunked out. The mid duo from BTR not going to be able to walk up here.
Yeah, this should be a no contest. Don't even try and contest for it. There's no point. No point. Hilda's too strong at this point.
Oh, they do find Martizi! Mystic Gushing to GB, first blood!
Why? Why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you here, boy? They're not gonna let you open the map for free. That's number 1. And number 2, Zay outranges you with his stun. So if you see somebody, there's very high chance that if it's the support, it's going to be Zay just behind him.
That really was way too greedy. Raging Sandstorm will whip here, and now the projectile gets 2-man stun. Chibi retreats away the camp. So they are keeping themselves.
Refight.
Ooh, do they want to fight again? I don't know about this one from BTR. Team Ray gonna dive straight back in. Penalty Zone catches 2, but the Crimson Beacon comes out and Lynch gets locked down.
Yep, and now they go back into the lanes. Ideally, they didn't have to use Martizi's ult there, but hey, they guarantee the kill, and I think that's totally fine. And now they're looking for another one here on the Rossi as well, flickering forward, Platinum Snap triggers, and Ivan should be dead.
Yeah, that's a bit too greedy from Ivan right there. Team Ray, these are the same issues that cost them victories in previous matches. They gotta stop this.
Oh my god, actually, Siska is... Whoa, hold on. Siska is in a ridiculous position. Somehow, Lynch not only dying twice here, but Siska 2 levels ahead of him. 3 minutes into the game.
Heptacy's complete 3 minutes into the game, by the way, on an EXP lane. Hilda is also terrifying.
I think he can one-shot Zay at this point, right? If he gets like the full charge.
Probably yes.
Let's see if we can bait out a flicker here. Okay, BTRM literally running within the backwaters in the back streets of their own home.
Yeah, this doesn't feel good. Rossi's gonna walk forward. Raging Sandstorm connects with 2. Ziska comes in from the mid lane, gets frozen, but Deadly Magic, will it tick down? Rossi survives on 1 HP. They're still gonna contest the buff. Good snipe from GB. Drops Jesgar and Martizi down quite low, but Siska and Ivan are more than enough to hold them back.
I don't understand. Why did Martizi go for that? Go for the fight there. I mean, I guess there was the golden hour at the end of the day, but you still had flicker, so All right, for the time being, at least for the side of Team Ray, Loliel, he's not actually losing the lane too hard. The Chiku guys on a very lane-dominant style hero.
And that's just Loliel for you. He knows how to ego challenge. Rasi, oh, he's almost 100% dead, right? Oh. Okay, he had his passive. If not for the passive, Ivan would have killed him for sure.
Yeah, Chibi hovering around with Lynch in the backwaters. Come on, RTZ, walk up. Nothing to be afraid of here. You got Ivan. You know that the only person who can kill you is Zay, and you have eyes on him.
Oh, let's Chibi. This is so unplayable for the Suyo. He's been able to get 2 kills off of mistakes from Team Ray, but he's still being pushed back so far. And Loliel comes in, Blazing Duet, Raging Sandstorm. They do find a Blade Surge into Mystic Gush. Ivan might get traded for this one. He doesn't have the Quicksand Guard, but he just walks away.
Good cover from Justgar, and now they're going for the counterattack to Siska. Look at the fat chunks.
Oh, he's down to 10%, but he is alive as well. This feels bad for BTR. Could have been 2 kills there.
Could have been, should have been, but it's fine, it's fine. They're still getting the pressure that they want, and also, they finally get to go for the recalls that they were looking for anybody who's low on their mana. Either way, they're still going to get a pretty significant chunk here, while that top side did eventually collapse down thanks to Chiku guys, and that inevitable push. Team Ray is in a pretty good position considering the lane matchups.
Team Ray still in the driver's seat for most of the early game, but I will say that BTR has been doing a pretty solid job of at least defending against it. They're not actually that far behind on gold considering the amount of pressure that's been put on them so far. So if they can keep this going, they can still claw their way back in the mid-game.
Yep. They've got a pretty clear idea of how they want to extend their lead. And I think for Team Ray, it's going to be really easy. For Bigatron by Vitality, it's way harder because as much as you want to pose another threat on the opposite side of the map, to let Chiku guys go for the scale, I don't think that's going to happen anymore. With Tier 1s missing, and as soon as that mid-Tier 1 goes down, I think that Team Ray starts developing a 2x multiplier.
Yeah, they're gonna continue doing that too. Siska especially is free to do whatever he wants on the map. There is no one that can stop him. They have to catch him with like 3 or 4 people together in order for this Hilda to potentially fall, and he can use that to just constantly zone. Look at the damage, but here comes the Mystic Guns. They actually do catch him with 3 people. That is a big punish. Golden Hour might be able to save Lynch here. Rasi manages to do so.
Oh, he ults forward to try and get Lynch, and I don't think he's going to find him this time. An unfortunate state as the team continues to move around and hover around mid. Notice that at least from Chibi's perspective, he's able to try and get back up. Wait. Lows 2, and now Turtle take.
Yeah, Loliel got chunked out pretty hard by that Clint right there. Bigatron might be able to contest this. They come in, Mr. Projectile, Raid Surge, they find one. Chibi steals the turtle! They pick up Ivan. Martizi has to flicker out of the pit. BTR is back in it.
Yeah, they lost aggro and the regeneration as the turtle walks away. So unfortunate. So unfortunate here. And Justgar had the bigger wrench. He had a 2-level lead. No excuse for him to miss out on that.
Oh, Mystic Gush hurt so much. Siska tries to come in from behind, but then the passive going to freeze him in place. Team Ray lost all of their early game pressure just from that one exchange, and now BTR can extend their place onto the map.
They need to stop falling for it. If somebody's taking their damage on you on purpose, considering that their composition is one that...
Oh, a Flicker Raging Sandstorm misses entirely, but the Blazing Duet is doing a lot of damage. Loliel does have a good amount of farm. Siska jumps in, gets executed under the tower. They're all so low, but BTR is still alive. Team Ray gonna push in, try to steal a buff at least in exchange.
They gotta get something back here.
They did not get it.
They didn't find it. Worst possible outcome there. And honestly, Siska got pretty close in finding...
Oh, Mr. Loliel nearly dead. This is why Gord is meta now.
He does a lot of damage. It doesn't take a lot for him to get that combo kind of set, but he needs somebody to open up the map, and Marcel's literally perfect for him to do so. Buys you just enough time to chain the CC together, and at the very least, worst comes to worst, just drop the ult if you're in trouble.
Think that we would witness such a big swing, considering how well Team Ray was putting the pressure on. Just a couple misplays, them getting a little bit too ahead of themselves, thinking that they're unkillable, and the game spirals into this. Team Ray still has scaling. Loliel hasn't died yet, but you can tell he has to be a lot more careful.
Yeah, right now the dual win condition of Chiku guys and Zay is looking pretty nice, if I have to say so myself. Communication with Zay at the very least to chain the CC together has been looking very nice too. However, Lord's already out. Mid gets shoved out. His priority goes over to Bigatron. MY by Vitality. I'm thinking whether or not they want to go for a 4-in-1 push for the side of Team Ray, but it might not be worth it. Junglers will collide.
At this point, Team Ray has to be very respectful. I think they should still try to go for flank gameplay. They need to make sure that C isn't able to safely miss the gush forward. But they're not nearly as tanky as they were before, so the timing has to be clean.
Speaking of tanky, a conceal coming out for BTRM. Trying to set up for Chiku, maybe?
Crimson Beacon is forced out quite early on, so not a bad play from Rossi there.
Okay. Seems to be good. They corrected the bottom wave. They need to correct top wave, and Ivan's trying to deny them. That's T1 on top side. A little bit of gold for Ray. What?
Ooh, they found Siska. Family Zone locked down Hilda. Definitely a misplay right there. I talked about timing. No one was ready to follow up on his dive. And now Rossi's running in again. Lolil getting sniped down to 10%. And Chico, guys, finishes it. A killing spree for our CEO.
A ridiculous amount of picks for the side of BTRM. But they gotta remember that Martizi's supposed to be their anchor. So just act as if he's the anchor. If he moves away, you move away. Simple as that.
This is a free Lord now. BTR officially in control. They have taken back the stakes. The shareholders going to be very happy about this one. Their investment starting to pay off now that Chiku is 3-0 on the Clint. Team Ray, they made a few too many mistakes, and now their timing is kind of not looking good.
They missed it, unfortunately, right? They wanted to develop their lead similar to the previous game to turn into a 10K lead, but the setup just wasn't there. Just too many picks and too many shutdowns. And at this point, it's just taking out Gord, right? The hard part about taking out Gord is the fact that Chiku, guys, is an absolute monster. They trade that role of anchor every single time.
Lord will collide down mid. This tower will not be long for this world. Holy defense will be spent. They find Khalid at bot. Raging Stance from used defensively. Mystic Gust does miss, but it had to be with a flicker. Team Ray has a chance to try something back, but they have to deal with all the minions first.
And they're going to be right on it. Now they have to worry about the mid lane. Whether or not they can hold it or not, it's going to be a different story as Chiku, guys, already look at that damage.
Ugh, they know where Lolil is. They know they just have to snipe him down. They've got so much poke with this Clint. Not to mention the Suyo. Look at that. Martizi can't even walk up.
Shouldn't be able to walk up here. Not with the extended range that Chiku, guys, has with his passive. Every time he is able to, you know, spell sling a little bit. He's getting free shots onto that mid-tier one. Mid inhibitor. Ideally gets the break, but look at the position here, right, from Harley. Jaskar, he wants an assassination attempt.
He ideally wants Chiku, guys, but BTR knows this. They're just gonna keep surrounding Chiku like they're bodyguards, basically. They'll tank the hits if necessary. And Team Ray just can't find a way to break through. Their frontliners have fallen too behind because of all the early shutdowns.
How many shutdowns would it have taken? Chiku, guys, 3 items already complete. Malefic Gun as well, actually. Interesting. Endless Battle, Malefic Gun, BOD. Oh, wow. Even Rossi in good position. 3 items complete as well. Core items especially, but most importantly, that flask, which makes all the difference here.
Rossi is actually one of the richest players on the board. I have no idea how that happened.
He's got more shmoney's than Zay.
Yeah, I'm very confused. Siska also 2 damage items, which explains why this Hilda is so much squishier than we're used to. But even then, even Ivan is melting thanks to all the damage that's been built in, and there isn't even armor shred yet on this Clint.
No, not yet.
Oh wait, no, there is. There's the Malefic.
Oh, you're right.
It's just not in the usual slot.
It's not in the usual slot, but it's going to be enough. 24 stacks on the Thunderbelt so far. Wow, 21 already, so fast. This man is going quickly here. In the last 6 seconds, mid inhibitor open. I think that Team Ray might have missed the timing that they were looking for. And now it's really difficult. Unless they can get Chiku, guys, and Zay to stand one on top of each other and they can find an assassination on both, that's going to be their win condition.
Yeah, the only way Team Ray takes a fight now is if they can somehow bait out multiple resources from BTR first, keep Lolil at full HP, and then he comes in with the Blazing Duet afterwards when there's less threat. Oh, they stunned Ivan. He has to flicker away. Quicksand Guard will heal him up. but no more resources for what is basically Team Ray's main engage tool. Siska's gonna be dealt with by Lynch in the tri-brush. Good delay. Crimson Beacon. Martisi in the bush. Scouts things out. Has to use the flicker. Blazing Duet comes in the backline. Lolil, he's looking for Z, but the penalty zone cancels it out. He has to be MI back. Team Ray, they're gonna lose Siska. Chiku guys is still going. It's a mega kill.
Oh boy, Chiku guys. As much as they wanted to take out Zay, that's the problem, right? Double win conditions here. Zay is a lot easier to catch, but when he's got enough heal, it can be frustrating. Chiku guys' damage is just ridiculous. Running into him is already a problem, and I think that Team Ray, they've just gotten outscaled at this stage of the game.
This is the risk of going for such a heavy early game strat. Khalid Hilda together is very powerful, but if you're not able to win enough, if you're not able to snowball enough, both heroes drop off once the late game hits. Basically, everything is on Lolil's shoulders. He has to be the one to clutch this out for Team Ray. And BTR just need to keep doing what they're doing.
The Lord on their side, though. BTR ideally want to end this game right here, right now. But I'm not sure whether they've got the resources to do so. Knowing Chiku guys, he is going to siege very effectively, right? Don't touch that mid lane. Who cares about that bottom side? We can end the game now as long as you get me space.
Harasi just runs straight in behind the tower, zones Martisi out, free inhibitor up top. Look at Chiku, look at the damage output. Penalty zone finds Tool, including Lolil. He's gonna need to deal with the Lord, which means they're sacrificing Ivan the Mystic Gush. Shinsan comes in from behind, goes for Z, but he's surrounded 1v5, killing spree for TB. Crystal still open, Golden Hour freezes the minions in place so that they can keep them alive and puts in, take out the members of Team Ray. Bigatron Malaysia break their way through and brings us to a game number 3.
It's 1-1 here in the arena, and BTRM has decided to turn this into a full-blown series against Team Ray. Man, they're gonna have... Ray are probably kicking themselves. They're like, man, we had that early game down. We just needed to maintain that pressure.
Overconfidence issues. It's what Team Ray said cost them games before, and it has done so again. They have strong heroes. They had a good start, but they kept running it down. They thought they were invincible. They weren't properly checking bushes and respecting the opposition, and that slowly built up against them.
An unfortunate circumstance, but at the very least, something to learn from this, right? As much as we want that Zushin, you're going to need something that scales well and fast, and you have to play on that side. Not sure who can be MVP this time around, but I mean, Rasi did a decent job, but would it be Zay or would it be Chiku? I think that's a tough choice for me. Both had some really good moments.
Yeah, it's definitely the Gord or Clint in this case. I think both of them positioned well. They farmed okay.
Yep.
Z was able to turn around multiple situations. The Gord really catches people off guard. I think a lot of players are still not used to his damage output.
Because his range is like so... He is hitting stuns from outside of your vision, and I think that's the most annoying part about this hero. So that's why you see people like Siska like, oh yeah, I'm gonna hit the front line. Next thing you know, boom, you're stunned, and the full combo comes out. What do you do?
A laser beam of destruction and death. True damage after the most recent buff couple patches ago as well.
Yeah. No, I really think they need to rework true damage. I feel like it scales up way too well, and there's no way around it.
Well, that is how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be a rarer stat, but looks like Chiku, guys, will be our MVP this time around. He wasn't winning lane as hard as he could have been in the Clint versus Claude matchup, but since Team Ray started feeding themselves into him, hey, why say no?
Yeah, why say no? And then by the time those team fights were done and he walks back into lane, it's like, what do you expect? What do you expect Lolil to do? He walks up, he gets chunked for half instantly. And that's even before we got into the crazier items, right? Endless Battle alone sets him apart.
Yeah, he's nearly full build already. He has that Malefic gun, so he can even shoot from further range. And there's not enough backline dive from Team Ray since Hilda already dropped off the face of the map after a couple of deaths. Chiku just had to play safe, just had to position correctly. This is how he performs when he's on a proper marksman, when he doesn't need to get up in people's faces to kill him.
Yeah, he likes to maintain his distance. He's good at that spacing. Unfortunately, the laning has been interesting. At the very least, you know, he's on it. He's brought in it 1-to-1 against Lolils, and now coming into game 3, it's something else that they're going to think about. I feel like this is going to be the situation again. If not, instead of Benedetta ban, it's probably Clint ban.
Clint ban.
Clint ban, and then Chiku's gonna show everybody what Brody looks like.
I mean, he'll just pull out Irritel again, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, it really depends on the situation, right? Like, if it's Granger on the opposite side, sure, Irritel seems like a pretty straightforward hero to get into. If it's Claude one more time, I think he might actually opt to like play Clint or Brody depending on the situation.
Clint is definitely better. I think Brody really needs a buff personally, but yeah, it's possible considering it's Chiku guys, right? Old heroes are always there for him. He likes the classics.
He does like the classics, but I don't know if BTRM is gonna go into like classic Beatrix, which I think is right now the Swiss Army knife of gold lanes. But it's a very like wombo combo style of marksman. Like as good as your laning phase is, if you don't have an enabler and that big wombo combo, it's tough to pull off.
I like how we're not even considering like Bruno that other players are playing, right?
Well, I think Bruno, the problem with Bruno right now is that emblems play such a big role. However, it's easy to deter the Bruno from actually trying to dominate the lane. Just like show that, my jungler started in purple buff, he's gonna end up when you're level 3, there's a good chance you might get ganked, so you have to play safe. Stuff like that is, again, very small things, but for a gold laner who is like, I'm risking my entire life to be your life insurance, I better not fail. It's high risk, high reward.
And you get to reap the rewards. You get to feel good about it too. Chiku guys, 72,000 damage done.
Dang.
Literally the same as 2 of his other teammates put together. The damage skewing on Team Ray's side is so low in comparison because they die so fast from the long-range poke. GB literally couldn't farm jungle early on, and he still went deathless. He still farmed up, still contributed. Team Ray really did throw this game.
A little. The early game was looking so good for them as well. I mean, let's look at the highlights and you can just see, right? Eventually, it comes to a point where Siska can kind of do whatever he wants, but the initial downfall after Martizi giving away that first initial kill and trading, from this point onwards, you can see that every single fight is about not only chasing them down, but more importantly, finding the elimination. Because even if you chase them down and they get the free reset, they actually rotate faster.
And this fight, I think, in particular, was the one where Bigatron finally regained control of the situation. Loliel, he was still farming up okay, but the rest of the team couldn't keep up. And with players constantly diving in to take kills, dying to tower hits, Chiku and C are just reaping the benefits of standing there, right? Who needs to invest as the CEO when your business opponents are sabotaging themselves?
Yeah. I mean, look at these moments. Lolios is like finding 2 to 3 people with a blazing duet. It's just that last bit of damage. He just needs Martizi or even Justgar to be there with him to secure these eliminations.
It's clear at this point that the dynamic between these two teams is that early to mid-game interaction, right? That transition around the second turtle, 5th minute mark. Whoever comes out on top there tends to be able to snowball their way through to the end, since both sides have not shown the greatest mastery of coming back from behind.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think, being able to hold that lead is an important skill, especially in a game that's so short and so volatile, right? That one shutdown alone can can propel somebody way back into the game and actually generate momentum on top of it. In most other MOBAs, it's either you get one or the other. Here in MLBB, you get both.
So now we've seen Zhu Xin lose 2 games in a row. Is it time to take her out?
I personally don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think that if they just played it a little bit better and they were able to coordinate with Lolios, and here's the thing, they don't coordinate with Lolios. It feels like there are moments in this game where it feels like Lolios is making an attempt on the back line to just get something to happen. And I think that's a big issue here. Team Ray, if they're going to coordinate in that backline attack, you're going to need multiple members, right? And unfortunately, Martizi, he gets a little hesitant after those first few mistakes. I think that Team Ray, if anything, their worst quality is that they can't get over the mistake fast enough within the game itself. They don't just say, you know what, it's a mistake, it happens, let's recover.
Yeah, very momentum-based. If it goes well, they look good, they're happy, they perform. If not, Things go downhill very, very quickly, and you see them just constantly try to get kills when it's not the best idea.
It may not be the best idea, but for you guys at home, there's an even better idea for you guys. You ever heard of the Caillou X MLBB cards, which are now available at the MPL booth right now? I'm going to crack one open for you guys just to see what it looks like. The MLBB collectible cards, Hand of Destiny version 1 of the MLBB collectible cards, Origins of Legends. They've got limited stock and freebies. For full box purchases, come visit the booth and get the cards on site. We got the Martis here. Yeah! We've got the, I think that's
Zusin.
Oh, Zusin, nice.
Husky will like that.
He will like that one. Oh, whoa.
Ooh, what's that?
What is this one? It is a Lucas one, a special Lucas one, taken and snapped by the man Marcel himself. Whoa, that's fancy.
Yo.
We got a full foil far. Does that say Farsa? Oh, does that say?
It says Pinnacle Ninja.
Pinnacle Ninja. It's Hanzo.
It's
then.
Hanzo.
That's a very nice. Ooh, it's got a little shine to it as well. And our final card, the back one, just some art.
It's usually a location.
Is that Zuan? I thought it was supposed to be Chengdu. Oh, it is the one. Yeah, there it is.
Oh.
Hey, there we go. All right, back to the wide shot now. For the rest of this game, I would only assume that they've doubled down on their plan. That's what I think. I feel like Bigatron have definitely doubled down on their plan. And I think that Team Ray need to stop. They need to stop putting, or at least stop shafting Siska. He knows his matchups, but at the end of the day, he's a playmaker. And Hilda isn't really a playmaker. She's kind of like, I'm a peeler, you know?
I think Team Ray's draft is a bit too one-dimensional there. It can work.
Okay.
Right? Like, basically win early, snowball by creating space with Khalid and Hilda. You know, then Harley gets kills, Claude gets farmed, you win. That's kind of the idea.
Yeah, that was supposed to be the general idea. Didn't? Yeah, well.
But if it goes wrong, then what do you do?
I think that how could it have gone a little bit better for Team Ray? Because as much as I want to like say, okay, go down to the bottom side, get a free gank off of the Terizla, moments like that actually did happen. Unfortunately, they got punished for it a majority of the time. Now, in both of these games here, it's not looking that great, especially if you're already losing on the Zetian. At this point, Bigatron, they got to take advantage of this, right? Play their style because it works. Currently, it works, and I think that might be a Marcel ban. I don't know.
Oh, player swap.
Yeah, that's
really
understandable. That's understandable.
Zayla Nina getting pulled up on stage to replace Martizi, despite his impressive performance in Game 1.
He played one hell of a Game 1. That Game 2, I don't know. Game 2, he was not only winning at the right time, but he also gave the biggest shutdowns at the same time. So really, not much that they can really say.
Yeah, that very first kill where he, for some reason, decided to invade the jungle by himself was not a good call, but will Team Ray be able to adjust to a brand new face on the lineup, considering the importance of this match right now? BTR, they know, just give Chiku a traditional marksman, and I'm sure they're gonna stick to it.
Now first, the random map draw we get. Flying Clouds. Oh, okay. Flying Clouds, that's actually really good for both of these teams. So the laning phase doesn't really matter at this point, because no matter what, you can get a free recall and a free reset overall with minimal losses if you do it at the right time.
Ooh, got a Skies card right there. Very, very nice. Team Ray on blue side, they banned the Phobius. They also banned the Marcel. Turns out it was a bit more of an issue for them than they previously would have imagined. This is a hero that has a very high priority in MSL Thailand, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like their most banned hero.
Wow, okay. It's like they're picking things up. They're picking things up fast over there. In the meantime, we still have 35 more seconds to see what these final bans are going to be. I don't know about the deliberations, but I mean, the first two bans should be like relatively fast, because they've done this every single time. And now, with the Marcel as the adjustment, the bare minimum. Where do we go from here? You start banning out. Because with these openings, it doesn't really give you much options.
Team Ray will probably want to try and snatch Guinevere early again and pose the question to BTR, hey, will you let us have it? They'll even ban the Leomord just to make sure that the Guinevere will be able to do more in the jungle. BTR has to make a choice. Do they get rid of that Guinevere? Are they still concerned about the Zusin or the Benedetta?
I think leave it.
Or the Harley.
All right. So if you ban... Do you just get rid of the Zushin here? No, you get rid of the Vendetta instead. They still think at the very least that Team Ray isn't going to take that Zushin. And I think it makes a lot of sense, especially since Harley is open. So does that mean Loliels gets access to Harith here as first pick?
It should be the Guinevere, right?
Oh yeah, almost guaranteed. Yeah.
Yeah, Guinevere first pick. Pretty simple choice right there. Does BTR want the Zusin?
Are they gonna Zusin Harith like they did in game 1?
I feel like they should just take the Claude. If you're considering Harith at this point, just take Claude. Give Chiku one of the best marksmen in the game.
But that would require the CEO to go for a big dive into the back line. Should be alright. I think it should be okay. I do think that the Zetian might complement the style a little bit more over the Jushin, but at the end of the day, it's about control, right? Let's not forget that Ladina is now coming back into the line. Is now coming back into the lineup for the side of Team Ray instead of Martizi. 2 heroes he picked with Zushin and Zetian, based on
this world.
Oh, wow, really?
Interesting.
What do they want to set up? Sora? Are they trying to set up Sora here for EXP?
Do they want to set... Is there anything else that they'd be trying up for? Because Sora is the most obvious. Besides that, it would be Marcel, but Marcel's already banned. Sora third pick feels a bit strange though. Or maybe they're trying to deny Eve, right? Since you could steal the RWM.
Maybe. Something that is more high prioritized on like healing their targets. They're gonna go back into the Gort Hylos again. At least there's a stealable ult.
Yeah, but Mystic Gush not quite as effective on Valentina compared to Gord since you don't have the stun, you don't have the range. So I think
try and terrify them.
You can, but it just doesn't feel as good.
It doesn't feel as satisfying of like landing one into the other.
Yeah.
You gotta like press 3 different buttons.
You gotta do a lot more work for it.
All right, so that means we need a support that's able to kind of reevaluate or... it's tough because opening the map is already hard enough. We remember the same problem last time, right? You see a frontliner, next thing you know, you get hit by the stun from Gord, and then the full combo ensues.
This has to be a hero with a strong ultimate right now. No, they do take the Claude. Okay. This Valentina is interesting. What are they setting up for? The Arlet?
No, the Arlets?
Because like, if they picked a Sora here, then okay, yeah, makes sense. But now the Sora can be banned. So there has to be some other reason why you would go for Valentina so early.
Well, I guess it's just mainly for the peel, right? The whole comp has been designed to peel. Oh, okay. All right. All right, sure, yeah. Yeah, sure, let's just ban out our own stuff, right?
I mean, they already have Claude. They don't need the Clint anymore.
I don't know. I feel like Clint is significantly more punishable even if you gave it over to TR side. Because then at least you have like a guaranteed way of like, hey, this is clearly the lane to gank.
I mean, Chiku was able to win pretty hard with the Clint before. Maybe not in lane, but later on in game. And there is a Gord, right? Those two together were really difficult to jump backline-wise, and they've got a Hylos to protect them, so may as well take it out.
Are they just trading compositions at this point?
A little bit.
Technically, both have Gord now, if we really think about it.
Yeah, but one is a slightly worse Gord. You know? This has been the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals.
Arlet banned out for the side of Team Ray. They're thinking about the Lapu, and Lapu gets banned out. Lapu gets banned out here?
I guess it's just comfort, right? They're getting rid of Siska's playmakers so that he's forced onto heroes like Hilda, Uranus, that can't do quite as much. The Sora does eventually go away, along with the Arlet, so Team Ray has the same thought process we have. These are usually the heroes you would want to pick if you grabbed Valentina.
I don't know. I feel like the Valentina is so strange. It's so very strange, but it also works as a deterrent at the very least, right? Because at least it tells Team Ray to not go for the Sora early on. But it really didn't matter, right? Because they still wanted to deny... It's the same exact the same exact plan from game 1 all the way into game 2, now coming into game number 3. Just have a mid duo that can sort of sustain and kind of play a little bit off, get your power pick and just play to peel.
Well, it is a pretty solid mid duo now from BTR. Gatot and Valentina clear wave perfectly fine. And then the AOG is a good way of canceling out Mystic Gush. So the Gord gonna have a much more difficult time this time around compared to how when Z was playing it. Team Ray needs more tools to potentially protect this, and they also need more reliable lockdown for this Claude. The Violet Requiem is not enough, in my opinion. They're going for the Obsidia and the Terizla.
Guaranteed scaling. Claude and Suyo really struggle against this pick. Same goes for Valentina as well, if caught by the Hunt of Bone. Yeah, pretty solid comp coming out for the side of Team Ray. They've got ways to play for the high ground. They've got initiation, counter initiation, and most important, the only real issue is Obsidian as well as Gord. If they die early, it's gonna get really tough unless they find the tempo breaker.
Yeah, so I think BTRM should try to go for something that could win out that EXP lane early on if possible. We already saw how well Hilda performs in the matchup, but it might be a bit risky. Oh! EXP Valentina!
Alright, sure. I think that should be okay overall. I don't know. This last minute change here. Last minute change into the Terizla matchup. How does that actually go?
Well, you do outrange Terizla.
You do outrange him, but you don't have enough. There's like kind of no way to kill him, kind of no way to outpush him, which means that no matter what, priority should always go to Terizla.
I think it is possible for Valentina to get lane prio, right? You poke out Terizla, you nuke the wave as hard as possible. I think you can clear it just a little bit faster, but Terizla won't be too far behind. That's how I see that lane going, but who knows, right? We could be proven wrong. A bit of a shift up here with the Valentina EXP and the Zayla Nina making an appearance on the MPL stage for the very last game of the series. Let's see if something different appears as a surprise for us today.
Let's find out. I'm particularly curious about this matchup here because I do think that overall Terizla shouldn't have much of an issue. It just becomes more annoying to deal with later on. Because as soon as you're on top of the wave, unless Lynch has taken some different emblems like Concussive Blast or something like that. Okay. Retribution. Yep.
Can't risk it.
Yeah, I've seen too many people make that mistake of like, so it's okay. It's just DOT. What's the worst that could happen?
DOT is scary. It's always ticking. You mess up just a little bit and it will definitely take things before you. Looks like Lynch is going to have a slight bit of difficulty clearing wave first. At level 2 though, I think he should be able to trade quite well.
I would like to see it, right? Because again, it should be a positive trade for Lynch, but he shouldn't have priority over the lane. And yep, I was right. Cisco able to actually shove that out despite the trade being thrown out by Lynch overall. There's just major control. It's strong side, weak side, and Loliel's unfortunately has to play weak side.
Yeah, Loliel knows that he's not going to be able to win this lane matchup, so Team Ray is going to be doing a little bit of what BTR is known for, actually, and just keep it steady, keep it slow, allow Loliel to farm up. This is his signature pick. There's basically no other player in the league that plays Obsidia as much as he has, and he has an 80% win rate on the hero right now.
Yep. Keep in mind that he's running fighter emblems, same as the Claw, both running emblem of Festival of Blood. The only difference is that Chico guys actually likes to go for just a bit of CDR, which is rather interesting.
It is a pretty classic option. CDR, never really a bad stat. Oh, Violet Requiem, they found one in the river. Lyn's gonna get knocked up, but no follow-up, and Rassi's gonna be there to just heal him back with a Revitalize. Seems a little early.
Pretty good, but now they have access to penalty zone. Lynn, she's gonna try.
Oh man, that's the penalty zone of the century right there. Into the Fury of the Phoenix. First blood, double kill for TB as Team Ray gets dismantled in an instant. Siska is just gonna have to retreat.
Just a second too late from Siska. Just a second too late. If he got there 1 second earlier, he could have denied the follow-up. Unfortunately for Zayla, Nino just could not react to it in time. He still had Flicker and access to a lot of his spells. But at this stage, any little mistake counts. And now Bigatron, MY by Vitality have the lead.
Massive stolen penalty zone right there from Lynch. A really, really good setup. and then the Bearded Phoenix as well. That combo is very potent, and Chibi finally gets to have a lead in the early game. He has been bullied out of the jungle so many times now.
How long is this gonna last for? Because from the looks of it, Team Ray still maintained little to zero control over that mid lane, considering how fast both Rossi alongside Zay have pushed it. There's just nothing they can really do about this. Even Rossi getting full vision over Ivan as well. They know exactly what's going on.
I see a gank coming. Penalty zone does Catalyns on the edge into Mystic Gush. 3-man gank, and they secure the Valentina.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lynch, didn't have his flicker. Couldn't get the second part of his dash off, especially with the penalty zone on. Oh, Ivan trying to hold the wave here at the cost of his life. But Zay is able to clear it out. 50 more seconds until we see the next turtle, and it's pretty stagnant overall, right? Standard rotations, very minimal contact between the teams. They're really just playing to make sure that they wombo combo better than the other.
Yeah, both sides have pretty strong combinations, right? We already know the penalty zone Bearded Phoenix, and then we got the Violet Requiem into the Mystic Gush as well. So Team Ray can make things happen if they stay together. The lead is not too big against them yet, but they do need to stop Chibi before he snowballs too much.
Chibi taking his time.
Oh,
all right.
First item Oracle on the Valentina.
Yeah, again, it's gonna be Lynch playing full tank, right? He is running the Brave Smite, making sure that he stays as healthy as possible in a lot of these situations. This is gonna be the major.
Oh, Mystic Gush on Z, flickers forward as well, drops him down to 10%. Zetian will survive, but that is 1 man down for BTR. That allows Jesgar to get started on the turtles. This guy's here, he'll keep an eye on Lynch. Penalty zone is stolen. Lynch wants to go in, jumps in with the penalty zone, gets cancelled off by Valiant Requiem, and the turtle is secured by Jesgar. Bearded Phoenix comes out as well, but it's not good enough. Lynch will get bursted down, revitalized, keeping the team alive. Rossi attempting to run away, but not doing so successfully. He just has to buy time, but it is a double kill for the Guinevere. They go in, they try to steal the purple, are able to do so.
Yep, they got everything. Team Ray, from this point onward, should start on a pretty steady climb as long as they don't make too much contact with Bigatron other than neutral objectives. Jesgar opting to go instead of a Genius Wand and building damage. No, he's thinking about survivability and, more importantly, being the engager.
Yeah, we can see how aggressive Jesgar is on this hero. He has clearly practiced a lot with the Guinevere. You can see the finesse compared to how he was playing earlier in the season. And Team Ray knows how to time that. Chibi, Blade Surge, finds Lolil. Oh, no more cooldowns. That should have been a kill, I feel like.
He could have chased it, but I think as soon as he chased, he gets hit by the Hunt of Bone, and then you're under the tower, you just die.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think I was thinking whether or not he could have chased that, but there's that one possibility. I think unless he had Blade Surge to maybe try and use the iframes to dodge it, then he goes for the dive.
Mid lane, we see a little bit of an exchange. Both teams just trading. Oh, Mystic Gush again! Purify used on Chiku, guys. Just to walk out of the situation. The court is scary, man.
Very, very scary here. And it's hard to kind of tell the trajectory of how those bounces are going to go, especially
if you don't... deceptively hard to dodge.
Well, here's the thing, right? Because, like, the bounce, you can... Oh, wait, hold on.
Dive, Glorious Pathway, but Chibi can just dash out of it. Feels a bit weird, considering they don't have enough minions to push the tower with either.
Yeah, I mean, they lost the majority of those minions, and now this allows at least for Chiku guys to double wave, right? He's got that mid wave, he's coming back down to bottom, even gets the gold crab on top of it. Turtle coming back up in 4 more seconds here, and this should be the next fight. I don't think Bigatron is gonna fight this.
They're gonna stay in the area, but they gotta watch out for that Mystic Gush again. Should be a free turtle. Chiku not even gonna bother sticking around to try and fight this. He'll take the tower down bottom, and that'll help him build up a small goal lead. But looking at it right now, Lolil is still even in farm with the Claude.
Yup, he's holding on pretty well. Pretty well for the time being. Hunter Strike already completed by Chibi. The first items are starting to roll in here. At least for Bigatron, they're not too far behind. The 1.6k lead, or deficit here, for the side of Team Ray, isn't enough to secure them a win. Okay. But this is such a slow game. I don't see BTR really doing much. They can't really force situations unless they see Team Ray enact first.
Both teams do have very late game scaling marksmen, but who do you think should be the aggressors, Gideon? Like, who should be trying to make things happen?
I feel like Team Ray probably has the better bet because their combo is a lot easier to execute overall compared to Bigatron MY by Vitality. Like, Bigatron MY by Vitality, the only way they realistically do this is if they hit a penalty zone or an AOG. Any other ability kind of just doesn't matter. Even if you have a stolen Mystic Gush, for all intents and purposes, doesn't matter unless you have an enabler.
But is it something you think they need to do, right? Yeah, they can engage easier, but do they hold on? AOG, Flicker, Lolil is fine. Yeah, they can't chase.
That's the thing, right? Like, what else? Realistically, until we see Trinity, I don't think Bigatron's really going to commit to anything at this point. I mean...
Oh, they got the stun on Rasi. Revitalize comes out. No Mystic Gush. I'm kind of surprised he didn't use the Mystic Gush. That should have been a dead got taught.
How many more seconds until the Lord? 16 more seconds.
Now you use it?
I don't know. I don't know. Zaylina is trying to show that it's like, guys, it was a mistake to put me in. Martizi was the better one, and I'm proving it now. I don't know.
It's a free kill.
Yeah, beats me. Maybe he forgot that he can call for attack pause if his phone is having any issues. You know, I doubt the phone has any issues. But at this stage, he's going to have to wait for his ult again.
Lord dropping low, Ivan holding Rasi back. Chibi is in the area. Yeah, Team Ray doesn't have enough control to force this out right now. They will reset the Lord.
It's also dead even between the junglers in terms of EXP, which is not good because Suyo is much better at securing.
Okay, they go in. Violent Requiem, they catch one. Bearded Phoenix comes out as counter. Mystic Gush can be used, but cancelled in backline by Chiku, guys. AOG cuts the fight in half. It's going to be a 1v1 in the backline. Rasi goes down. Chiku will be able to win against Rasi, but they've split the fight. They've already lost Jaskar as well. 1-for-1 currently. Slightly better trade for BTR.
Unlucky for Jaskar. He also loses out on his orange buff as well. On top of everything that could have gone bad for him, this has been the worst. Now Loliel's already finishing the Sky Piercer, but with no jungler, they're just gonna back away. Okay, all right. They're just taking it chill.
That fight was definitely messy, though a lot of it was because BTR was specifically trying to keep it messy. The AOG cutoff was good. Keeping Loliel out of the fight was also pretty good. Team Ray still holding on to a slight goal lead for now, but you can tell both these teams are showing a lot of respect after what happened in the first two games.
I mean, respect is one thing. I don't know whether it's going to keep on going because mid game is where a lot of the nonsense starts coming through. Now, speaking of nonsense, the fact that Loliel's he's been scaling up. I'm not 100% sure how many stacks of bones he's got just yet, but he has been pretty proactive in poking out his opponent. So I would only assume he's at the halfway mark at this stage, 10 minutes in.
Looking at the net worth, Chiku has actually outfarmed Loliel by quite a lot, actually. A whole 1k gold ahead on the Claude. So BTR is in a position where they can fight. He's got the Trinity completed. Lord at 20% HP. Rasi comes in. The taunt beautifully performed on Jaskar. Bearded Phoenix comes out blazing to it. It's the backline penalty zone. GB secures the Lord. And Bigatron found the opening. They found Loliel. Chiku's in the back. They're taking him out one by one. Ivan's going to be chased down by 4 members of Bigatron. They get the taunt as well, Rasi. Locks down Siska. He's not going to be allowed to go home. And GB with the snipe picks up the gourd. 4 members of Team Ray are dead.
BTR turned this around and now they're opening mid wide. Chiku guys even going for a winter crown. Again, some really good stuff coming out from Bigatron. Their wombo combo execution was just a little bit better. They lose the mid shield. They just car. What do you mean? Just stand in front? I don't get it.
The bottom shield also burnt before the Lord connects, blazing to it. Look at Chiku into the winter crown. He dodges the jump. The CEO hitting brand new profit margins this year. Team Ray on the receiving end. Mystic Gush not able to do anything here as Rasi goes in, gets the taunt. Bearded Phoenix comes out. AOG knocks up Siska. They're gonna go for the mid tower. They take it out. Rasi still alive. All 5 members of BTR in the base of Team Ray.
All right. So they decide not to end it here. The next set of the next set of minions have already been thrown out, but with 2 missing inhibitors, unfortunately, none of them on the long lane. It's looking pretty dire for Team Ray. I mean, Chiku guys is again fully scaled up. He is in good position, and he has a winter crown. Jaskar just wasn't paying attention. He didn't bother checking the items. And again, this is educate, well, conditional behavior, right? Chiku keeps going forward with the Blazing Duet. Justgar has to stop it. And therefore, Justgar literally just needed to check the items to know.
He actually still had Purify as well, and that's something that Justgar should know.
I mean, he got it out of him the last time in their previous fight, which is why he was probably thinking like, okay, he might not have it, and even if he does, if I just clip him, that should be enough.
But this is now the argument for why not just give Chiku Claude more often? He can play marksman.
Who knows? Maybe scrim results. His Harith has been doing more nasty. He's got like inversed win rates in maybe compared to on stage.
And again, Chiku does still have that old Todak energy in him, where it's like, I'm not gonna pull out like my strongest pick unless it's necessary.
Until it's absolutely necessary. And then he's a little rusty on it in game one. It usually tends to be the case, but for now, I think this game has been, well, I would say the least exciting overall, right? Because again, these are very calculated moves. We fight when we choose to fight, and no other condition is going to be met if we don't do that.
It's very systematic, and that's exactly how BTR wants to play. They've got great combos, they've got good scaling. I think Lynch has been doing a good job as supportive Valentina, just setting up with that penalty zone. And Team Ray are not prepared to handle it. This Gord pick, maybe a little bit too early in the draft.
Unfortunately, this Gord pick requires a lot of attention from the rest of your team. As you can see that Bigatron, MY by Vitality are able to kind of split the map up, and they've got some pretty decent wave clearers on their side to make it quick.
The Lord gonna be contested once again. It is down to 40%. I don't know if they want to really force this out right now. Both teams are on either side. Team Ray, they're trying to blitz it. AOG comes up here to Phoenix. Lynch with the flicker penalty zone. Catch to say. They force back all of the DPS. Mystic Gush will zone him out. But another AOG comes in. Splits the fight. Team Ray able to get away from it though. No casualties on their side. They were able to secure the Lord as well.
Honestly, I'm starting to see this vision of the Valentina going into the EXP. Because most EXP laners, after a flicker, like Terizla, flicker penalty zone, you can't close the distance after that. And unfortunately, well, in this case, Lynch can. He can keep chasing Loliels if the time is right. And especially if he's below 50%, there's a good chance causing a Terrify could end his career.
Yeah, he is on full tank build as well. Oracle, Radiant, Chastise, Mystic Gush does some damage, but I really feel like it's being dropped preemptively.
I think it's fine. It is on a relatively short cooldown overall, but now they're not going to be able to break this 2-1 just because they nearly got a pick. I mean, Loliels does a good amount of damage and is farming a lot of bones at this point, so his on-hits are going to hurt. However, Bigatron, they can defend this pretty easily.
Bigatron just needs to avoid giving shutdowns to Loliel at this point, right? You got 3 kills on Chiku, 4 kills on Chibi. As long as they don't give up unnecessary deaths to this Obsidia, they're still fine. But Team Ray is going to be trying to set up those situations. They want to funnel him as much as possible. Did he see Chibi there?
I think he saw the animation for sure. He's going to check right now. Oh, yeah, see? Very close.
Yep.
Holy cow. Luckily, like, the one thing I absolutely hate, and I wish they fixed this sooner rather than later, is adding Fog of War. Or at least, can we not be able to see the Lord if somebody's doing it? Like, especially, you can see the animations kind of like flash up. I think that's ridiculous.
You really should have to go and get vision yourself somehow.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to make that a core mechanic of the game, fine, but at least give us, like, sentry wards to kind of, like, compensate.
Imagine having to put down wards in MLVV.
Hey, imagine having 2 battle spells. Oh, baby. As a jungler, oh my god, imagine having retreat.
The possibilities.
God, that would have been so nice.
So many junglers would be enabled just by having that second battle spell.
Dude, having that second battle spell means that Obsidia becomes obsolete at that point. Because now she can't just punish junglers anymore. You can just be like, oh, what am I going to do? Flicker on top of you and kill you.
Yeah, it's honestly just not possible because everyone's just going to take like Flicker Purify. They found the Hunter Bone on Chibi. Bearded Phoenix comes out, good zoning though. Loliel not going to full commit. That was an opportunity.
Was that not a full commit angle? Unless we see Zay like... well, to be fair, Zay did rip the ult. So I guess Loliel made the correct decision at the end here. Luckily, we have the God Eye, so we literally see everybody's position. Fortunately for Team Ray, not the same level of awareness. Gonna clear bot side, but Lord is about to come up. How the heck is Team Ray gonna contest this?
Luckily for them, it's not in the long lane. It's a little easier to housekeep.
I think they're about to lose their long lane here.
Yeah, they have Chibi being sent up there to shove it out, forcing Team Ray to make a decision quickly. Wait, hold on, Mystica Sunset. What? They're not pushing the lane, they're coming through. They let just go take the Lord. What? Purity Phoenix used AOG. Good cut off in the back like it's two-man knockout. Revitalize healing them, but the Blade Squid is way too much. Violent Requiem on 2! Siska doing work right now. Team Ray, they found Chico guys. It's a shutdown. Lolio goes in. Hunter Bone picks up one. Chibi runs away. Lynn's gonna be there. Sacrifice. Rossi taken out, surrounded by 4. Double kill for the Obsidia. Team Ray with the turnaround.
What did I just watch? What was that? How did they whiff that so bad? Let's look at this one more time. And then they skipped the part where it actually mattered. Now, I don't need to see the fight. It's a build up to the fight. Why was there so much hesitation from Megatron? I don't understand. They had the setup. They just needed to show themselves, or at the very least, don't show Rossi.
Oh, and now they're in the base.
Over.
The turnaround in an instant. Chibi's the only one left. Team Ray, who could have seen this coming? A single missed shot call. A single moment's hesitation. And BTR throws away a victory that should have been theirs.
It was so winnable as well. It was so winnable, Chiku. Hit that blazing duet. They just need to sit in it for 3 seconds and he basically gets an entire Savage by himself. Oh my God. What a whiff.
Oh, they forced it.
God.
There was definitely a moment of panic there. They wanted to send Chibi up to push the wave. Then they realized the Lord is dying faster than we thought. And instead of giving it up and delaying the game, they thought, no, we have to fight. They got the Lord. We have to kill them now. They commit everything. They get caught in the penalty zone. It's a terrible cascade of circumstances.
Better question, why the heck is Rossi not with the rest of his team, or at least hovering around the mid bushes? I think that's the important part here. Because without Rossi, they immediately knew once he showed up on that bottom side that this is a 3v4 scenario. I'm going to think about this a little bit more. I'm boiling over. I'm going to throw it over to Rose to have a conversation with our winners, Team Ray.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. And guys, 2 berbalas 1 untuk Team Ray menentang dengan BTRM by Vitality. And of course, di atas pentas bersama dengan Rose, kita ada Ivan dan juga Siska. Boys, how are we feeling after that match?
I think we're feeling happy lah because the match so intense for us.
Ya, actually perlawanan itu agak intens dan kita pun boleh nampak di mana game ketiga tu kita tak tahu sebenarnya siapa yang akan menang. Adakah BTRM boleh menang ataupun Team Ray boleh comeback. Tapi first let's talk about game 1. Ivan, game 1 nampak sangat-sangat clean daripada Team Ray, especially kalau kita comparekan perlawanan ini dengan semalam punya game. Apa jadi actually?
Kita ini sih lebih terlihat lagi sih, kita scrim sampai malam lah. Jadi so kita bisa fixin problem kita masing-masing.
Betul ke Zaid cakap you guys dah lupa cara nak have fun?
Lupa dikit.
Lupa sedikit. Okay, betul lah Zaid cakap tadi, dia tak tipu. And of course kalau kita tengok pula di game tu, kalau game 1 sangat-sangat clean, game 2 sangat-sangat messy daripada you guys. What happened? Apa yang punca?
Di game 2?
Iya.
Aku rasa kita di game 2 over enjoy lah sama over confident.
Overconfident lagi. And kalau kita tengok balik di minggu lepas, Loliel pun ada cakap di dalam satu statement di mana kekalahan dengan Vamos tu sebab you guys terlalu overconfident. Now I want to ask you, sebagai senior dalam tim ni kan Ivan, macam mana you ensure that benda-benda macam ni tak selalu berlaku di dalam perlawanan MPLMY?
Aku selalu ini sih, selalu remind tim aku sih, selalu remind. Cuma kan tetap kontrol terbesarnya kan dari diri mereka sendiri kan. Cuma ya, gue pasti bakal remind terus lah anak-anak supaya lebih chill sama tetap fokus in objektifnya lah.
Siapa yang terlalu overhype? Biasanya siapa yang terlalu, let's go.
Tadi mungkin kalau di game 2 hampir kita semua sih.
Oh. Okay. Rasa semua orang kena belajar lah daripada kesilapan tu. Of course, kita pun nak borak sedikit dengan Siska. Hello, Siska.
Hello.
Okay, dia angkat kening. Okay lah tu. So, Siska, Rose nak tanya. Biasanya kita tak nampak Siska main hero macam Hilda. Tapi di game kedua, EXP Hilda last pick. Mungkin boleh explain sikit kenapa itu hero yang terpilih untuk Siska?
Sebab kat Scream dah banyak main juga hero badan macam Hilda, Trizla yang lain. So kita orang cuba keluarkan game tadi.
Adakah you rasa itu hero yang sesuai untuk you?
Sesuai. Saya memang ada jiwa tak ada badan lah.
Jiwa tak ada badan. Macam tu And of course, Rose pun nak tanya. Sebab kalau semalam you guys actually menang lawan IG, peluang untuk upper bracket tu sangat-sangat besar. Tetapi sebab you guys kalah, peluang untuk pasukan-pasukan lain pula yang jadi besar untuk kejar upper bracket. Adakah nak secure upper bracket tu salah satu pressure kenapa you guys mungkin kalah semalam?
Tak pun. Tapi yang punca kita orang kalah semalam mungkin sebab lepas kita orang kalah dengan Bamba, kita orang belum reset kot. Tapi slot upper bracket kita orang tak ada pressure apa-apa pun untuk dapatkan slot upper. Dia lebih kepada susah nak reset selepas win streak dipatahkan. Kan orang kata ada body. Bila kalah dengan Vamos, semua low streak. Macam RRQ kena.
Oh, okay. So sekarang dah berjaya bangkit lah.
Yes.
Okay. Alright guys, kita pun sudah saksikan perlawanan 3 games. Rasa ni Rose curse lah tadi sebab Rose cakap kan nak 3 game. So sekarang ni, agak-agaknya siapa yang MVP perlawanan ini? Alright guys, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Siska. Wow. Siska, tadi I dah tanya Ivan, tapi I nak tanya you balik lah. Betul ke Zaid cakap you guys semua dah lupa cara nak have fun?
Betul.
Kenapa senang sangat nak lupa cara have fun?
Sebab game terakhir kita orang kalah kan, mana boleh happy. So lepas ni dah menang ni, dah boleh have fun balik lah.
Tapi tadi game pertama menang, game kedua kalah. So macam mana you guys dapat have fun dalam game ketiga?
Reset balik, ingat macam main game pertama.
Ingat main macam game pertama. You know what, Siska, nampaknya hari ni ramai yang datang sokong kedua-dua pasukan. Tadi kita buat cheer battle Team Ray versus BTRM and ramai sangat datang untuk bagi love kepada masing-masing. Is there anything yang nak cakap dekat fans-fans yang datang hari ini?
Kepada fans Team Ray, terima kasih sebab datang dan teruskan support kita orang sampai ke playoff lah. Kepada fan BTR, terima kasih juga kerana memeriahkan. Terima kasih, bye.
Alright boys, thank you very much. Congratulations on this win. And with that, mari let's show it back to our casters to analyze apa yang terjadi di game ketiga. Casters, I'm throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Rose. Our MVP of the game, of course, from Team Ray is going to be Siska. This last game 3, pretty technical overall.
It was pretty close, actually. BTR was definitely in the lead, though. They should have had this win under their belts. It's just that mistake. We discussed this while the interview was happening, right?
Yeah, we did.
Where BTR was basically forced to make a desperate choice of like, okay, we've lost the Lord. Do we play defense or do we try to win a fight right now? Either side could be risky. They chose one and it didn't work out.
Yep. And I think it's unfortunate because Chiku guys was playing like a solid game until that one death that ruined it all. And it was 9-9, right? Majority of the fights were, again, decided when both sides had full resources and only when there was like a neutral objective to fight over. There was no random fights until the very end.
It was very calculated. I think BTR approached most of the fights really well. Lynch did a great job with those penalty zones, with the combo into the Fury of the Phoenix. It really was just that one mistake. Gotta give props to Team Ray. They made sure they were never too behind. They still got pickoffs here and there. Lolil was farming very, very well. If not for that, they wouldn't have been able to win that last one.
Well, with all things said and done, though, Team Ray still manages to get this win. And with that 2-1 victory, BTRM, their chances are now dwindling. They only have a couple more actual series left before they can qualify.
Ooh, this is a rough one. BTR, that's gonna be a big hit to the psychological state of these players, because it should have been theirs. That was their game. And the decision they made didn't even need to be made if they just played normally. If they just went for the Lord. They tried to send Chibi and Rasi up to maybe catch someone doing housekeeping, but underestimated how quickly Team Ray can melt that objective.
Yeah, they needed to go for like another big wombo combo, and they got desperate here. But it was already the 18-minute Luminous Lord with the extra damage reduction. If you just follow behind it, it makes Chiku guys' life difficult. Not only do you have to shoot the Lord, you have to somehow get the backline off of your crystal, and right now zoning isn't exactly the big forte for BTRM, rather than counter-engage wombo combo.
Yeah, they are a very straightforward team. They play standard, they like front to back, and then they set up for Chiku guys who can definitely clutch games on marksman heroes. We saw how strong he was on this Claude. We saw how quickly he was out farming Lolil on this Claude. It's a hard situation to analyze because it really was just that one misplay.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Chiku guys is our defeated MVP of this game, because really, he was already swapping out items. As you can tell, he's already got the Wind Talker in his hands, previously having at least one Winter Crown to dodge just Gar. But unfortunately, Winds of Nature is still a hard counter to this Claude, making it very easy for at least one outlet to be denied by Loliels in those last fights. Plays into it, don't have to worry about it.
And Chiku tried to go in. The AOG setup was good, actually. The positioning of it cut off Team Ray perfectly. But they were prepared to counter-attack. And I think Bigatron got a little bit too desperate to try and rush in to win. Got all caught inside the Violent Requiem combo, and then it was over.
Yeah, I mean, just look at these consistent engages and re-engages. Both comps wanted to play a very, very similar style. And despite the Valentina coming into this matchup against Siska, honestly, Lynch didn't fall that far behind and still made almost just as much impact.
Yeah, I really like the way Lynch was playing this game. He knows his job. He builds full tank. He's just there to eat damage, sacrifice, get the setup for the Fiorid Phoenix, and then everyone else will finish off the rest. That's how Bigatron was winning most of these. You can see these situations, the way they split up the fight, the way Chiku goes into the back line and punishes. It's so sad to see in the highlights because BTR, they should have won this one.
Yeah, it's like such a sick game, and then all of a sudden it just goes downhill so fast, right? Because we literally just see a perfect example of how BTR wants to actually control this side of the map, right? Especially by that Lord Pet every single time. But then at the very end, it just doesn't go the way that they were looking for.
Let's look at the way they dive here. This was such a good play from Chiku as well. Bait out just Gar, you get the inhibitors. This, though, was the call. AOG. Great! Fiorid Phoenix got the stun, but they all group up! Then Siska jumps in, 3-man penalty zone into the Violet Requiem, and it all falls apart because Lolil is still alive in the back. Chiku is down for the count. And you know what happens when one marksman is alive when the other isn't.
Yeah, but just look at him eat away. Loliel's getting a full dinner here. God, literally. Really unfortunate. I think this is by far the most disappointing game in a sense that it's just that last sequence. Everything building up to that last sequence was going swell. Clear identities, clear logic behind it. One bad play, just one bad play. And I thought honestly that maybe Lalina might make another mistake on this Gord again. Honestly, played a much better game 3.
Yeah, well, some of the early Mystic Gush were a little questionable.
Yeah, a little strange, but you know, just warming up.
Should have been guaranteed kill on the Gatot and then lasering the bush afterwards instead. Not one of his finer moments.
But he recovered from that. He did make a better adjustment later on. It's so upsetting. It's so upsetting. But hey, it happens to the best of our professionals here, and hopefully they recover. With these next upcoming games, we still have RRQ Tora facing now against Invictus Gaming.
We know that RQ is in a very precarious position. Invictus has already they've already guaranteed top 2, right?
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
they basically guaranteed it.
so for IG, not too big of a deal. For RRQ, their lives are on the line.
Yep, they're live. Oh, RRQ, we'll see how that's going to play out. But before we get into and talk about that matchup, we need to talk about Team Ray and their regular season schedule because tickets are running out. Their SRG matchup on the 23rd of May is already sold out, leaving you with one opportunity to check them out live here at Quill City Mall. And that's May the 22nd against RRQ Tora. If you are a BTRM fan and you want to see them potentially qualify to the playoffs, it's going to happen on May the 23rd. If not, you'll get a heads up on May the 22nd.
BTR getting a victory here is going to be very big to allow them to get that much closer to the playoffs. They got 2 more matches. Flash should lean towards them, as we've already pointed out, but that IG game is going to be a true test of what you're capable of.
Yeah, it's going to be something. It's going to be something. But I think that BTRM, they just need a lot of polish right now. They've got the idea, they've got the drafting to a degree. Polish, that's what we need to see. And the same can be said about our Thai brothers up north, because I think that as much as we've seen some of these teams, and now that you've experienced them, did you get to experience any of the top of the leaderboard people there?
I did not actually. I missed out on like the top teams because I only got to cast for 3 matches yesterday.
Unlucky. Well, we will see the top teams here because this is their playoffs one. Road to Champion at the BCC Hall Central Lada Parao. My God, it's already starting next week. So please tune into the MSL Thailand to see how they're doing, to see who their representatives for the wildcards at EWC is going to be.
I guess I did get to see the 2nd place, but it wasn't it wasn't a very good showing of 2nd place.
Was it 2nd versus the guys who are already
because it was the Leila Miyake.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Well, at least they're more prepared for some of the unorthodox picks.
Yeah, I did hear from Leo, because I was casting with him, that apparently they are the download team this time. You know, remember Lil Gun? Always game 3. Bacon time apparently is them.
Oh, is them? That's nice. It's
not the same team, but like the same download situation.
Okay, maybe they've got a little bit of philosophy going on here. And speaking of philosophy, we want to talk to you guys about merch. Daily predictions is a small little activity that most of our fans get to be a part of. They guess which teams will win. They write down the predictions before the matches, and then they put it into a voting card into the TNT Co booth, where bit of a lucky draw winners, 10 of them per day, randomly selected. And this is only if you get the correct answer. If you get the wrong answer, sorry, you lose your ticket. The prizes are 200 MLBB diamonds per winner, so potentially 2,000 diamonds to be handed out for free.
Yeah, there is also a promo code. I'm sure you guys have heard us say it plenty at this point. You can get free shipping. That's pretty nice to have.
Well, with that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more MLBV action here at the MPL MY.
Penalti tu. Careful.
Okay. Ini bandit dia guys. Aku boleh angkat dah bandit dia guys. Garas kedua itu.
Boleh guys. Go.
Hati ya, Yif dia ada ulti lagi tu.
Ada di bawah dia.
Ya, boleh ada lagi.
Buka berapa? Okey, aku.
Enggak bisa masuk dia, aman.
Apa? Tengok.
Kau ni belakang boy.
Ya, aku.
Kau sendiri siapa?
Mati hari.
Rata. Ayo ke tengah, boy.
Lo.
Aku tengok. Kau dia enggak ini ya.
Hilda dek.
Boleh
tutup. Aku stun kali dia guys. Hilda ke aku guys.
Aku cover.
Hilda ke aku ya guys.
Bot guys.
Aku stun.
Mati.
Wes.
Tak ada.
Nice guys.
Nice guys, bangun guys, let's go.
Bangun.
Fokus.
Menang. Nice speed. mati.
Ayo depan.
Ada ulti, maju. Gwyn dari merah.
Boleh kadu.
Tengok.
Teris. Aku hit.
Mati.
Boleh atas.
Boleh.
Balik semua.
Detail.
Aman gua.
Lihat ya.
Gua mati. Aku lagi. Boleh.
Aman ton.
Kena dua.
Posisi ton.
Auto main. Nice tonton.
Main ton.
Cipi. Kata. Boleh.
Bawa.
Ulti.
Bunuh.
Target ya guys,
Tor.
Wow.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Todark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
MPL Top MY dibawakan khas daripada Tora Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Tora.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat. coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap. Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MSC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah jugalah pernah main sesama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding
orang.
sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Kuja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Kuja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa MSC yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak? Ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tahniah. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu saja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
Terus keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Mesti telan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir jalan yang getir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya melangkah takdir jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayangkan nyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now.
Bloop, 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 bloop. What's that sound? Feels like something is flowing. It's the Infinix GT50 Pro, powered by HydroFlow liquid cooling. No lag, just smooth gameplay. 144 FPS, pressure sense GT trigger, fast and responsive. For MLBB players, this one's for you. Get it now at Infinix official store and TikTok shop, Infinix Malaysia.
Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from Grab Food to stay focused. Cultured by Todak. Todak Culture. Get MPL Malaysia's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Welcome back, everybody. The MPL MY continues with more Mobile Legends action from the best of the best from across Malaysia. The MPL arena at Quill City Mall is currently filled with Kingdom fans from corner to corner. But on the opposite side, they've got a difficult battle between Invictus Gaming. This team has been up on the rise and is now trying to claim the top 3 spots in the league.
And of course, on the other side, we got RRQ Tora, the Kingdom currently eager to rebuild its foundations and cement their position in the playoffs. Make sure you guys eat your bananas, guys. Those are healthy for you. Yeah, this shot is hovering a little longer than we'd like it to, but welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English desk.
Yep, potassium, real good for you in small doses. Really, don't take more than you should. Trust me on that one. It's an explosive element. Now, looking at how the way these games have been going from, unfortunate, the loss of BTRM, I'm hoping this isn't going to be the case between RRQ and IG, right? I want to see good calls, and if somebody makes a mistake, it's got to be mechanical. Those are way more acceptable.
But there's also clearly a bit of a gap between these teams based on how they've been performing recently. And if you guys know about that, then congratulations, you get this QR code. You don't know about it? No worries, you get it anyway. Scan it right now or use the redemption code in-game for some cool stuff.
We want to thank everybody watching the MPL MY and make sure that you guys are consistently rewarded for tuning into the show. Remember, it's going to be dropping every single time here, so keep your eyes out for the codes each and every time. Let us also remember the fact that, hey, if your phone is dying right now, then maybe you should consider getting the Infinix GT50 Pro, powered by the HydroFlow liquid cooling, no lag, just smooth gameplay at 144 FPS, almost as good. Well, honestly, the screen is basically just as good if you're already at 140 FPS, 44 FPS. I think that's supposed to be hertz. If I'm being completely honest, the hertz on top of the FPS, because the pressure sensor GT triggers is also just as fast and responsive. For MLBB players, this one's for you. Get it now at the Infinix official store and TikTok shop Malaysia store. Go check them out. Infinix, they're doing great. Yeah, and we got to talk about the upcoming games here because, well, I mean, unfortunately, as these games are going to go on, Moonton has also dropped down speaking all-star performances. Don't forget, you can check out the MLBB All-Star mini-drama series, The Siren's Treasure Hunt. Don't know why they decided to do it, but featuring familiar faces like Han Hakim, Elizabeth Tan, Feeks, Iman, Lithara, and Solos. There we go. Sorry, it took me a moment there to get. So scan the QR code, and you can actually watch the very first episode right now.
How interesting. Our very own mini-drama series. Would not have seen that one coming, I'll say. I haven't checked it out yet. I guess we should have a look at that when we got some time. But for now, is it that surprising?
I mean, we got a movie last year.
I guess so, yeah.
We got the Game of Life, so like...
But is that our movie? You know, that's more Solo's movie.
It's like MLB BP
adjacent.
Adjacent feels like I'm implying something else, but it's fine. For now, let's talk about the upcoming games because we need to talk about specifically the game highlights here when it comes down to the potential king of the jungle. The first time seeing RRQ Tora doing what they do best at the very least. It's interesting to see that now it's really hard to say whether or not Hazel should dominate this overall role because compared to Gary, he's been finding way more success.
He has been. In fact, this is an interesting matchup because these teams were on polar opposites of the spectrum during their first meeting. This was first game of week 2 of the regular season, so literally over a month ago. At that time, RRQ Tora was the hot new topic, the team that everyone was watching. Bombastic, aggressive, clean, synergistic, and they were able to take the series against IG 2-1. But after all this time, it seems those roles have flipped.
Yeah, it really has. And IG has continuously solved their problems compared to RRQ, which seems to be developing more and more. We've heard it from Sasa. He's been extremely vocal and honest, not only during his interviews, but more importantly, when we do hear his inevitable mic checks, right? He wants the best for this team. It's just that that performance is not translating from the scrims.
And it really creates a question of why. Yes, it has been a historical issue that no matter how well you perform in scrims, being on stage is a different experience entirely. But why is there such a big shift? What is the problem these players are facing? And what do they need to fix in order to ensure that it doesn't continue? Because the Kingdom is teetering on the edge. We do not know if they will be able to make it to playoffs.
I think they need some level of confidence. They need to be brave into actually performing a lot of the executions. It's not like they don't have the synergy. It's just sometimes they hesitate on the decision. And that, again, these windows are like 0.2 seconds wide. That's what we're expecting here at a professional level of MLBB. You've got to be a little snappy on those calls. It's disengage now or fight now. No in between.
Yep.
Because as soon as we see those hesitations, especially for artillery mages, that's when you really start to struggle because you are holding a keystone ult to change a fight.
Nowadays, the meta shifts very quickly. The game state shifts very quickly.
Too fast.
The moment a mistake happens, any sort of lead you may have built up just disappears in a snap. We saw that earlier, where a single missed call was what cost the game for BTRM. RRQ is coming off of a victory, and they did switch up their players, so we'll see if their roster remains.
Well, can the Kings of the Jungle keep winning? They still got Scary Gary on his side, and at least now he's back up to full health, fully recovered, which is great to hear, but they have not been able to find the success that they're looking for to get back into the upper echelons. They're sitting currently at 5th with only a 58.2% chance of actually making it to the playoffs with only 3 matches remaining.
It is, of course, higher than many other teams like Flash, who has already been eliminated, but RRQ are going to have a bevy of difficult matches remaining here. It's not just IG today. They're going to be facing off against Team Ray and then AC Esports during the last week of the competition. And while they may be in 5th place now, we can't say for certain how those standings will shake up. They do not want to drop down to 7th.
Yeah, it's really tough to say. But let's look at the lineup first from RRQ Tora. Introducing the lineup. They're going to be running Ruff, Super Yoshi, AJ, Gary, and Dyron. They're taking out Kim to play AJ.
It's the same lineup that they played yesterday up against Flash. And they did get a victory there, but anytime a team goes up against Flash, it's hard to really judge whether that is the case. So this will be the test of Super Yoshi and AJ's synergy. Are they the missing piece that RRQ Tora needs? Will the Kingdom be able to find its footing once again?
Well, the fact that they're running AJ throughout this week, he must have been doing a lot better in scrims. Let's look at the IG lineup instead. It's Invictus Gaming as the away team with Mel QT, Nova X Kobar, Suelo, Hazel, and Ye3. Again, both teams have had a couple of changes over the last time they've met in the first leg. Here in the second, though, I'm not sure how this is going to play out. Because after seeing how IG played the last time, it is... Oh boy. Mel QT, like the fact that he was able to get like a pretty good some pretty good chain of kills yesterday. Makes me wonder whether or not it's going to happen today again and whose fault it's going to be.
The fact that it's good gameplay is someone's fault is
that's the crazy part.
It's a hot take for sure, but I don't think people will disagree with you too much. Well, I'm looking forward to watching this one.
Well, with that being said, let us go to the walk-ins as our teams make their way out to the center stage.
Clawing their way out of the losing streak, the Kingdom's Tigers can now feel the playoffs within their grasp. Fueled by fresh energy and surging momentum once again, they are ready to hunt down anyone standing in their path. Make some noise for RRQ Tora!
The believers are heating up at the perfect time of the season. Always careful, always fearless, and now coming off a convincing victory, they are charging forward with their eyes locked firmly on the upper brackets. Powered by confidence, this is Invictus Gaming.
Mel QT coming up on the stage hot. Just recently securing the first Savage of the season. Even a pose from Invictus. They are feeling it. So Yetri might need to work on his balance. We're gonna bring up the coaches onto the stage now for both teams. The masterminds behind every match. They'll be joined by our head of League Ops, Franklin, to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. For RRQ, we got head coach Sasa and assistant coach Link. For IG, it's head coach Bam and assistant coach Jess.
Let's keep it going with the fist bumps here, initiated by Franklin. Of course, good luck to both of our squadrons. This is gonna be war, and this is the last piece of physical contact before they head on over into the land of Dawn. Good luck to both of our competitors as they set themselves up to their battle stations.
A proving ground for the Kingdom, a proving ground for AJ especially, I feel. He's been sitting on the bench for multiple rosters across the past few seasons of MPL, and now has a chance to show the world that he is deserving of a first spot in the lineup.
Yep, and I want to see what he is bringing here to the table. I wasn't able to cast that game yesterday, but after seeing the stability that he was able to provide, I feel like it's communications, because overall, sometimes when we talk about the highest heights of mechanical mid laners, I think Kim hits it more often than I do see AJ.
I do agree, but perhaps what AJ brings here is that balance, right? That connection. Even before the season started, I was worried about RQ having too many ego-type players, and AJ might be able to fill in those gaps. But we also asked Super Yoshi about why RQ decided to change their lineup. And he said, because King AJ is back, and I'm partnered with King AJ. All of us really want to win. We're tired of losing. We just want to feel happy again, even if it's just for one day.
Oof. Oh, that's rough.
So sad to hear.
I don't know. This is slightly contradictory. Like, he could have left it, we're tired of losing. That second part kind of makes me think, it's like, is slander to King AJ or not? Because, I mean, after what happened yesterday, I would only sorry, that was for IG. For last week, I would only hope that RRQ is going to put it all on the table today.
I mean, it sounds like he's implying that King AJ will bring the reform needed for happiness, right? He's going to introduce new laws.
This is a Marie Kondo situation of like, just follow the philosophy, you're good, right?
Let's out with the unnecessary things.
Yes.
In with the new and simple. How about the other side, though? We got a quote from Hazel. They say, RRQ Tora are probably in a desperate situation right now because they made a lot of roster and lineup changes. They're still trying to find the right formula to secure points and wins. Since they managed to defeat Flash, there's a chance they found their identity again, or maybe the opponent they faced just wasn't that strong.
That's rich coming from Hazel. Really rich. I don't know, where did Suelo come from? He was here the whole time, you telling me? There have been roster changes for both sides, admittedly, but IG has found a lot more success. And I would say that they have integrated the Indonesians very well with the Malaysians and finding more success because of that. I was worried about Coach Bam initially, but he's been all across that world, so the tension just isn't there. There's little to no friction.
I honestly really like the way that Coach Bam and Coach Jess draft. They know their players, they know what they want to achieve, and they're usually very solid, right? I think they fixed a lot of the issues that IG had earlier in the season of depending on specific hero picks, and that's one of the reasons why they look so solid now.
I also think that their drafting has always been good because of, I mean, there was 1 or 2 games where it's like, obviously a mistake was made, but still recovered very well from Jess Ven's side. And he's been doing it since last year here in MPL MY. But it's time we start making our way over into the draft. I'm not sure who got blue side to see that first pick, but never mind. We're starting our games in just a little bit. But before we even get into the land of Dawn, but of course, we must always start these games with a simple thing known as the drafting phase. Let's jump right into it.
Let's see what map they're going to be playing on as well, because that's got to be the first thing. We got to know what kind of environment we're going to be looking at. Broken walls. Instantly, the question of tank junglers becomes a possibility, but neither side is particularly leaning towards that style in the first place.
Yep, mid laners have not been touched, but at least Harley and Vanny has been taken out of the equation here. Guinevere's already gone. Harith is another power pick ban. Pretty good. Ooh, hey, is that the new Caillou packs? It looks like it is. All right, all right.
Paramis, Yuzong. We got the comic card.
Comic strip. Ooh.
Oh, Yuzong Exorcist.
Can't see what that says. Yep, good. Yeah.
Not
He
bad.
clearly knows the lore. He looked at it one time, he's like, I know where that is.
Yeah, I've been there.
I visited there last week.
Yeah, I go on vacation.
That's where I do my mission trips. Oh boy. All right, final ban, Freya finally out of the question. A lot of mid laner power picks still up and about.
Harley's gone. Zusin is open. What else is there actually? The Harley's already been banned. The Marcel is open as well. Zusin is the more obvious pickup for RRQ.
No doubt about it, no doubt about it.
I do want to watch this mid lane matchup, right? We've already brought up AJ. He has been a player for a long time, kind of sitting in the background. When he gets pulled up, he sometimes can pull out more unique hero picks. I still remember his Veil, one of the only players to do so.
Selena.
Yep, and on the opposite side, we have Suelo, who kind of speaks for himself.
Yeah.
I'm glad they stopped pulling out the Zask.
Honestly, there is an argument for Zask here into this matchup, because this matchup is just rough. Zusin is just a tough cookie to crack. Yishin Shin, as well as Urena, is going to get locked in here for the side of IG pretty early on. I'm curious to see whether RRQ is going to address the Uranus problem, or are they just going to lean into, like, you know what? Strengthen the mid trio, Uranus is going to be a non-factor.
You have a Yisun Shin on the opposite side, and it's Hazel's Yisun Shin, so you just gotta bolster that mid lane. You cannot have a weak mid duo. Zusin is solid, but you need to pair it up with a roamer that has solid wave clear. So the obvious things would be the Khalid, the Katot, the Hylos.
Yeah. All of
the
them.
Cho.
Would we want to go Cho in this particular matchup? I don't know. I feel like you can hold off on the Cho, but it looks like they're, again, this is going to be comforts here for a majority of the players. Even getting Claude this early on to deter the potential Yve. They could go Lilia here as a response for the side of IG and Suelo, but it's already tough enough that you have to deal with the Cho.
I wonder if IG wants to grab their gold lane for now, since RRQ is definitely going to start attacking that angle now that they've got their own. Harith is gone. Next best things would be Moskov, Carry. Clint has been quite successful in the Claude lane and pairs fairly well into an early game matchup with the YSS. But IG will go for the Marcel.
Yeah, I think Marcel is probably the smarter bet here. Because if I really have to judge the Cho Zushin in comparison to something like Hylos Zushin, unfortunately this has way more damage. The problem is how do you apply that damage without taking as much back? That profit margin is significantly better for Hylos, where 90% of those trades are in your favor. This Cho, you both have to go on the same target. You cannot split your attention, and you must also fight within the wave.
So Marcel is a good way of stifling that momentum, but it's also a hero that doesn't clear particularly fast. So RRQ will probably start attacking mid laners now that clear quickly, Eve, Zetian, all of that usual stuff.
Oh, they don't care about the Eve. At this point in time, there's no point banning out the Eve. You've already got counter picks against it, and you have an even better matchup because Cho is able to close that distance.
That's fair.
Compared to the Lilia, where it's like, I try and close the distance, I could kill the Lilia, but I could also die at the same time. Compared to Eve, where it's like, I'm guaranteed not to die, and I'm guaranteed to chunk you out.
And that's why they banned the Gord instead. Really rising in stocks recently.
Big money.
And since it's Swalo on the opposite side, you know that he will want to grab it if he has the chance. IG attacking the jungle. Suyo is gone. I don't know if they want to ban the Leomord on top of that.
They probably don't. Oh, actually. What else is still available? If Guinevere's already gone, no Fanny. What else does Gary have? No Suyo, yeah.
I do what I want.
Huh?
Dara.
Huh? What?
Now that's interesting. Does RRQ have a history of playing Dara?
Let me think about this for a moment.
I suddenly can't remember their EXP later.
The thing is, it's Dyrant though. I know he has it in his pool in his time with RRQ Hoshi, but they made the hard prediction that he might have whipped it out into the Uranus matchup, or this could potentially be one of Gary's like flexible like jungle picks.
Oh.
Because Gary has shown a Dyrant before. He's also shown off a Benedetta, not within this season, of course, in his history of competitive play.
I feel like Dara jungle is still not the best though. He clears pretty good, yes, but he has to be so melee to make things happen. And the Selena ban as well. Lots of direct counter to Swalo. That's why you can see him smiling right there. He knows that they've got him in his sights.
I think Swalo's gonna go for Zosk here.
Oh, I hope not.
That would be like, oh, I need to throw something weird. He goes for the Zosk to at least try and win out this lane against Zushin. If not, he might have to double back down on the Zetian.
Zetian is safer. I just don't want Zosk. I feel like Zosk is not good. Like, yeah, you can deal with Zusin somewhat. They're gonna leave it for last, so I'm hoping we get to see something interesting here. They'll go for the Moskov first, and this is one of Mel's signatures.
Yep, until we see like a fat ultimate other than the way of the dragon, it could be a Valentina for all intents and purposes, but I don't see it happening. They're just missing an anchor. All they need is an anchor on the side of IG.
I also like that they're leaving mid last, because now RRQ can't just safely go into the glue either. So if you want to still win lane versus the Uranus, there's not a lot of ways to do so. You gotta kind of match sandbags. You go into the Alice, or you try to win hard with the Yuzong. I guess Arlet is still there as well. May have a bit of difficulty into Marcel though. Looks like it is going to be the Leomord and the Sora.
Yeah, I was thinking Arla initially, and then I was thinking like, okay, how else are you able to get multiple resets for the Vengeance? And the only other one that is like, capable of doing that is actually Leomord or Fredrin. They could have gone that angle, but I like this one a lot more because it allows Super Yoshi to say, hey, at least there's somebody who potentially has enough damage as soon as I hit level 4.
Yeah, and Super Yoshi is a single target lockdown, so you probably need some AoE CC as well. Dyrant played a lot of Sora at the start of the season, kind of got figured out, wasn't the most consistent with it midway through, but I think Sora is still in a pretty good niche position. And we will see how IG responds. What is the Swalo hero this game?
I'm making my prediction. I'm guessing it's going to be Zask. Aw, man.
Okay, it's
a playing Eve anyways. Come on. Come on. Not even as again, man. Okay. That being said, though, at least with the Eve, the RWM is going to give them as much time as they need to kind of disengage and re-engage into the fight. And I think it's going to be important because now it just really goes to show that Moskov and alongside with Yi Shin are the #1 priorities. They must have the gold. They must scale to completion.
And the question comes down to how well they are going to be able to hold that mid lane. You got the Marcel, you got the Eve, your wave clear is pretty solid, but will you be able to hold against an invade? The Cho and the Leomord can just run you down, and if you don't have RWM yet, your jungle could be in danger. The kingdom returns with a brand new face, a brand new king sitting upon its throne. But will he be the one they need to turn their fate around? Will they be able to claim another victory, this time against Invictus? gaming?
Let's find out as we immediately see the beginning contestation for the mid lane. Super Yoshi wins that out with the help of AJ nearby. Because of this early denial, they at least know, hey, we don't know whether they started on purple buff or not. Super Yoshi might come and just check right now, but AJ, he's already on it. He's making sure that Pixel Rush is going to be covered for, but they don't notice him walking over, and now they have the confirmation.
EXP lane should definitely be Year 3 favored until level 4, then Dyron will be able to break that sandbag hold. Gold lane should also lean slightly towards rough for now. Mid lane, we see Nova not going to be able to walk up much. We have seen... Ooh, they did that to Litho, actually.
That's so sad. It does mean that Hazel will be able to catch up in terms of time, but that loss of Litho Wanderer just means that even he's going to have to take a full clear down bot side to hit level 4.
Yeah, you would think that they'd be able to take that with the numbers advantage, but Suelo can just poke from afar. Now Super Yoshi gonna be surrounded by Tree in his own jungle. He's gonna spot out Hazel going for the camp. Dyron is there as well to threaten.
Yep.
Bit of an exchange to get the kill. Red Tree gonna be used there to secure it.
Nope, that's fine. That's fine. Because of that delay, now the level 4s are almost about synced between Hazel as well as Gary, right? So they're back on the same tempo. The only problem is that Gary didn't take the opposing camp on the opposite side. So it's going to be a net profit here for Hazel as he starts to develop a golden EXP lead.
We know how fast Hazel farms in the jungle, especially on YSS. It's his signature for a reason. RRQ Tora needs to make sure they don't allow him to free farm too easily.
Dude, rough, the ego challenge here. It's like, all right, you want to go for these big trades and push me away? I'm a BMI in your face. You don't get the short trade. Oh, God.
Oh, but Mountain Soccer, they see Ruff. Nice flicker. Dodges the boat at the last minute.
Okay, that means that they're not going to go for first contestation here on the turtle. No, they're still hovering. They're trying to delay this.
Yeah, they're going to try and see if they can reset it and try to land it with the SOD, but the block from Super Yoshi allows Gary to secure it, and IG will just say, okay, we'll just farm.
A little weird here, but MelQT going to be on his way back. Let's see if he misses any minions as the mid lane loses its control, but this is the most important part of the game. Invictus is about to hit level 4 here, and it looks like, unfortunately for MelQT, the timing, because of throwing that SOD out, missed out on his recall. -1 on the minions.
Yeah, a small difference, but it does add up over time. Ruff does have the EXP lead as well since he's been able to out-trade in this lane. Claude really does heal away. Oh, the flicker kick! They found the Marcel. Novax Cobra tries to flicker away. Golden Hour used. Freezes Gary. Great escape. RRQ now gonna try and re-engage. RWM comes out. Nova sacrifices himself to keep them in place. Soccer dodged by Gary, but he still gets picked off because he has to go backwards. MelQT pins Super Yoshi against the wall, locks him down, gets the kill.
That's nice of Hazel not taking the kill away from MelQT. He could have easily traceless forward and get a free empowered auto attack to finish him off. At this point, Litho Wanderer falls into the hand of Yishin Shin, and now the side camps are getting threatened as soon as possible. Hazel not missing the opportunity to go for free food.
Then he will continue eating as much as he can while he's inside the house of RRQ Tora without their permission. 2K gold lead already before the 4-minute mark. Oh, nearly stolen with the SOD too. The pressure.
I mean, it's a good attempt. At least it didn't make Gary use his retribution, which is still a big win for RRQ Tora. They now know that MelQT just doesn't have that ult to escape some difficult situations, but you can now tell that, you know, Ruff himself has a bit of an EXP lead of his own.
But I do really like the way they're using this SOD. It's just being held when you're in lane, so why not try to throw it to steal camps? You had the vision, rough idea of the timing. Even if you don't get it, it's psychological damage.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth it here, and also just keeps the junglers on their toes, right? Like, even if you're on the jungle, you're not safe, there's a good chance that the invasion is coming through, but this turtle, I don't know if they can contest it here.
Man, Soccer, they see everything. Dyron jumps into the back lane, he's looking for Hazel. Thunderform comes out, YSS in danger, but he's surrounded. RWM committed, though Gary does get a free turtle as a result. They're probably gonna trade Super Yoshi as well, though 2 kills for the objective.
Can't do much about that, but at this point, Hazel, he's not even looking for these these neutral objectives. He's just looking for farm, gold, and quickly scaling back up. And honestly, he's getting exactly what he wants. So you can take as many of these turtles, but when the Lord starts to come through, that's when we have to start questioning it.
The SOD just to poke Ruff and slow him down from reaching lane as well.
Wow.
And the golden hour to make sure he gets a free tower. Ruff, one hit from them. Phantom Seed's got to be used. Melcuti secures the structure away, and Invictus walks out.
And that's the best way you can utilize your support. Slow down rotations and even getting yourself a free turret. There's going to be a bit of a... wait, no. Topside also is missing their tier 1s here. Looks like Ye3 did a good job at maintaining control over this. Unfortunately for Dairon, didn't make enough impact in that last team fight.
Yeah, if it was just the direct 1v1, Dairon probably could have killed Hazel, but then the rest of the team was there. So he at least traded for the turtle, but it's still not ideal. This is why the Sora has not been having as much success lately. Teams are much more prepared to deal with it.
They are. For the time being, AJ looks to be holding his ground pretty well. But Victus, it's still 3.4k. Yeah, 3 already getting the Oracle, and now he's going to be a legitimate problem to deal as he's able to out-sustain a majority of the members of RRQ Tora, with the only exception being Ruff if he has the Trinity.
And the rotations so far from Invictus have been very clean. While it may not have been the flashiest, they have been slowly eking RRQ Tora out of the safety of their half of the map. 3k gold is no small feat at this point.
It's not. It's some real tangible difference. You can see that even Invictus recognizes this, right? Like, some laners obviously are is at a bit of a deficit, but it's not the end of the world. They're not falling too far behind in terms of raw EXP, knowing that the majority of that gold lead is being currently held by Hazel, who just finished the Endless Battle. So now sustain is part of the kit.
RQ gonna walk through mid. Instantly, the turtle gets reset by Invictus. They want to be the ones in control, though Gary's gonna hold it in place, actually. Mount Stalker comes out. Invictus gives up their position over the turtle, and that's about it.
They didn't get the full reset, unfortunately. Slight mistake, but at the end of the day, it doesn't no sweat off Invictus Gaming's back. You know, with or without the turtle, it just means that the game is going to go a little bit slower, but that's fine. That's exactly what they want.
Phantom Steed used to escape since he sees Nova coming from the flank, just in case he wants to commit that ult. RRQ Tora holding on for now. They're going to slow down the game. They know they have a Claude, so they can scale even if they're behind right now. They just got to avoid throwing anything else at IG.
They got to interact with IG just a little bit less here. But Hazel, that 2-level lead is going to be huge, assuming that he doesn't die in the next couple of minutes. Because he needs to secure this. He needs to secure this next neutral objective, right? They've given all 3 of these turtles, and every single time, with the exception of the first turtle, they've looked to fight.
Things are going to slow down quite notably here. I don't think either side really wants to force anything. The next Lord is only up in another 60 seconds. Super Yoshi is looking for Melcuti, but Novak's Kovar is here to stop him, though the zoning is more than enough to ensure Ruff gets that tower. Do you think that RRQ Tora just playing it safe now and trying to play for Ruff is the way to go?
Honestly, probably their best.
Oh, never mind. Invictus not gonna let it happen. Mount Stalker comes in. Shifting Skies only catches 1. Kind of a nothing burger here.
Yeah, a bit of a nothing burger. Because, right, okay. So back to your question. I think that Invictus Gaming at this stage have to kind of like share the timings. Because right now, Melcuti is not online. Hazel is. So making sure that Hazel has opportunities to get in and out of the fight is more important than Melcuti. Because Melcuti, he's not falling behind by any means. He's already up by 1 kill. He's just a little bit behind in EXP. What matters is that even if he is a level behind, he needs the Trinity down first.
Let's see, where is he on that? He's already got Corrosion and Gold on. Flicker, not able to get the kick. Golden Hour freezes. Super Yoshi in place. IG not looking to punish too hard. Hazel resets the Lord. Ye3 gonna be surrounded here. Mountain Stalker comes out. RWM catches 4. They all retreat. Phantom Steed comes out. Shifting Skies on 2, but there's no follow-up. Darren melts, and Gary gets caught in the backline as well, but Ye3 goes down. Blazing duet from Ruff. Picks off Hazel. Double kill for the Claude, but it's not really worth it because Traylo gets a double kill in return. And now Melcuti is here as well. Super Yoshi trying to run away, gets slowed down by the Void Crystal. And Melcuti picks up a tower on top of it all.
Nicely done by Nova X Kobar to take aggro initially to allow Melcuti to find an opportunity to sneak those auto attacks in. Let's look at the instant replay one more time, because initially Ye3 Gary here, he's doing nothing wrong, but he's already shredded a majority of the members from RRQ Tora because he steals away MR. And the best part of that is that Suelo is now suddenly doing like a huge chunk of damage because of that.
Eve still one of the highest DPS mages in the game, so we know Suelo positions himself well. He got a really nice catch with the RWM to start the fight off. And we did see Super Yoshi actually land a kick on MelQT. It's just that no one was ready to follow up on it. Another golden hour, gonna freeze Gary. Doesn't stop Super Yoshi, but they get the Lord anyway. And now Super Yoshi is trapped, and the Cho falls.
That was... I'm not gonna lie, that was actually kind of hot from Invictus Gaming.
Fear of Destruction connected with Dyron. Thunderform forced out.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. That's fine. At the end of the day, I need to see more of that, because the way that Invictus is utilizing Marcel is really smart. Because it's broken walls, they actually have multiple angles to play with, but they know their zone of influence, and it covers like a good chunk of the river if you add the RWM on top of it.
Yeah, Marcel is a hero that rewards creativity, and we are seeing a lot of that from Nova right now, using it in ways that other teams would not really explore. Up until now, it's really just been a team fight setup. Mountain Stalker will see everything. Ruff gets frozen outside. RWM zones everyone out from the tower. And Invictus is just getting structures for free.
Yeah, but hopefully they don't get the shielding for free. Okay, luckily they're holding it for as long as they possibly can. Even Gary understands this, right? Like, as much as I want to break this, we might as well just let this go. Still breaks.
Wow! Interesting golden hour. I think they were trying to delay it for the minion wave, but it was too far away.
I think they're trying to deny the initial damage. I think what they needed to do there was to let the holy shielding break, and then they golden hour. They need to time the golden hour so that it's on top of your inhibitor. So as soon as he does the charge, it doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, I think most likely they thought that the golden hour was triggered, then they froze the Lord to avoid the damage. But it wasn't triggered. So it was a little bit awkward there, but again, really liking the ideas that Nova is playing with.
Yep. I mean, that's the whole concept here. When you are playing this Marcel, you can deny space and you can guarantee buy time for your team. The question is when, and I think that's the hard call.
The question of when right now is also a difficult one for RRQ Tora. 12 minutes in. 7k gold disadvantage. Ruff has been farming okay. He's actually still even in gold with MelQT.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so surprisingly, yes. But everyone else is quite notably behind, especially the jungle gap. Hazel is the richest man on the board.
No surprises there. No surprises there at all. He's also got the Malefic Roar ready to go, so he can actually deal with the majority of front lines from RRQ Tora. Mainly Gary, once he gets on top of Barbiel. For now, based on what we've seen, a lot of these teams don't want to drop game number 1, right? They want to carry that momentum over for a clean 2-0. And now we're seeing that both sides are just playing purely off of what they can influence.
RWM used up top on Ruff. Super Yoshi actually the main target, nearly dead to the combo. He is able to walk away, but that means the Cho not going to be able to reach the Lord for a while.
BOD purchased by Hazel. He's already moving to his last slot worth of items. And now, I don't know how Gary's going to have to deal with this right now. He is a level down. He should start developing an advantage against the Yixun Shin, but that's only in a 1v1 scenario. Not to mention the fact that Hazel is already so rich that I don't think this is going to be as close of a contest that we imagine it to be.
Mountain Stalker going to be used. They see where everyone is. The freeze comes true. Gary gonna pop that Phantom Steed and start going for the Lord. Mountain Stalker 80 explodes in an instant. Blazing Away goes into black lane. RRQ gets Slay low. He's alive. He's actually getting out. They had the BMI out in time, and now Dyron's gonna be caught, surrounded by 2. Triple kill for Hazel. But look at the base. MelQT's in the base. He wasn't even part of the fight. It's easy for Invictus. They pick up a Maniac and a backdoor victory at the same time.
Yep, it was pretty free. It was pretty free. A chaotic fight there. A desperate attempt from RRQ to try and push so fast that they get through the golden hour and end up at the right choke point. Unfortunately, that did put and narrow down their vision. Couldn't see the backdoor happening.
Yeah, they tried the fight. They tried to win it. They thought they had control. Attempted to target the back line, but a bit too much of a goal disadvantage, and the main DPS of the enemy team not even there in the first place. That's how big of a gap there was in this game.
Yeah, a really good gap, especially for IG. Now, can they close things out? Because this followed exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to play for late game. They said, I don't care about neutral objectives until the Lord. If I can take the turtle, sure. But if I can't, I'm going to hunt you down. First turtle. They made the decision that most MPL teams apparently don't know how to make. Hey, if it's a non-contest, it's a non-contest. They tried to delay it, but we're not going to fully commit. And all those small movements compounded to eventually saying, hey, Yishin Shin is now going to out-jungle you.
It really is surprising how few MPL MY teams are willing to say, okay, we'll just give up on it. The turtle actually isn't worth that much.
It's not that great. And even like, I know some people are like, oh yeah, but the money that my team gets, but who cares? Well, how much? Realistically, would you prefer a tower or the turtle? I would argue that they're literally about the same price.
You gotta make the trade-off, and the tower is more permanent than the turtle too.
Arguably, the tower is even more valuable with the gold shielding on it. So like, I can't understand teams who go so deep. Like they're in the pit. Like why do you need to be in the pit for? Hover around it. Just make up nervous directory. That's all you need to do.
It's so smart. And this is why IG has been one of the top teams in recent weeks. Hazel will be our MVP for game number 1. Being willing to make those calls, and he understands this as well. One of the reasons why he farms so fast on the YSS is he can make these snap decisions of like, is it worth me showing up for the turtle? If not, I probably farm faster on the other side of the map.
Exactly. And Hazel was playing a really, really strong game. As soon as he got that endless battle, it's like, man, what do you even do? You can't like, unless you get like a nasty kick. Unfortunately, they couldn't find that nasty kick, and most of the time, I would argue that, like, as much as we were looking at Hazel, 3 is just controlling the complete opposite side. Gets first tower somehow over MelQT, despite the extra help that MelQT got.
Yeah, 3 is a very quiet, unnoticeable, but valuable presence in this game. The Uranus constantly forming a barrier with the Marcel, since he's the tanky one, Marcel's the annoying one, and RRQ just can't break through. Again, Nova with this Marcel doing so many things, not all succeeding, but enough to make RRQ second guess themselves.
Oh no, absolutely. I think that Nova, this hero really suits his style, because at the very least, if I can't communicate well with the rest of my team, I can make plays that make it so obvious you can't miss it.
Block choke points, buy time, the golden hour just to stop Ruff from defending his tower. Use it for things like that. It doesn't always have to be a big team fight freeze.
Of course, the dire hit for 0 kills as well.
Yeah.
I don't know why he decided, like, you know what, dire hit's the way to go. I mean, he was confident and he got no kills for it.
Like, I'll just set up for my team.
Yeah, this is totally not going to accidentally kill steal for somebody. At the very least, you know, MelQT got to play the game. I mean, the laning phase was starting to look a little rough until we started to see the repeat ganks down bot side.
I think the most noticeable thing is just the utility of IG's cooldowns.
The SODs into the
SODs thrown into the jungle, just a poke, you know, the vision provided by 3.
The preemptive RWMs.
Yep, the golden hours, the freeze choke points, the mountain shockers to get vision.
I think the Mountain Shocker is the interesting topic here, because I don't think any of these moves happen without the Mountain Shocker, and yet Hazel uses it extremely selfishly. He's like, oh, I'm about to go into fight. You're about to engage me. That's when I hop on to get the boost of movement speed.
I wouldn't say it's all that selfish. There's some times when you see the Mountain Shocker just being popped when nothing's about to happen.
Yeah, that too. Usually, I think that's when Nova X Kobar is on, like, needs the recall, or he's like below half HP, and he's trying to attempt an invade down on the bottom side of the map, if I remember it correctly. I can't remember the other one, because a lot of it just happens to be RWM. Oh, I popped the ult. Oh no, we gotta start comboing off of each other.
Basically, IG is willing to waste resources to get more in return.
They probe RRQ well.
They know RRQ is gonna be playing it slow. After that initial aggression, RRQ has a tendency to retreat into their shell.
Yes.
A lot of teams do this, right? They'll play safe. It's like, we have a Claude, we're gonna let the Claude farm, and IG is just gonna like, all right, go ahead. We'll farm everything else.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think this time round, Dairen could not make the impact that they were looking for. Obviously, there is the Sora nerfs, but at the same time, Ye3 neutralizing his effectiveness. And the way that they fight, right? As soon as he's about to try and make that big play, that golden hour, whether it hits that front line or the back line, buys you that precious couple of seconds to really think about the situation.
Most of RRQ's kills come down to whether or not they can insta-burst someone with the Way of the Dragon, and Golden Hour just says, nope, not gonna happen. His first exchange already sets Hazel up for success. An early kill on the enemy jungle. MelQT even gets to participate and get an early kill himself, and even from there, you know, IG's in control.
Yeah, this is the one where they peel him off perfectly and Suelo clips him. They're like, who cares about the turtle? Now run him down.
There's a lot of teams in that situation where they'll be like, oh, we gotta fight for the turtle, and you forget your jungler is getting ganked.
Yeah.
Right?
yeah, that's also a very
In this case,
scenario.
IG is just like, we don't need the turtle. We're protecting Hazel. We'll give up on it. Surround Dairen. That's the right choice.
Honestly, they're playing a really good game from IG. Like, it is clear that they have practiced this comp and they are very polished with it. You can definitely tell, like, there's so much elbow grease in the way, and more fluidity in a lot of their movements, while in the picture-in-picture you're seeing that the backdoor actually happened. Like, this is such an unacceptable situation from RRQ Tora. They just could not make a good choice, especially on the fly.
Just look at how long MelQT is allowed to stand and recall spam on their crystal. And then he ends right after Hazel gets the maniac. They just say, hold on. Hold on. I'm this close to a savage.
One more.
You got one already. I want one.
I was jealous yesterday. Today's my day. And to be fair, technically it was, because MelQT was not a part of the majority of those fights.
Maybe it didn't need to be.
Yeah, it didn't need to be as well. Either way, things are looking really, really good for IG. I'm happy for them, but at the same time, RRQ Tora, they need a better approach to this, because as simple as their comps seem to be, fortunately, they weren't like really making that many proactive moves. And all the proactive moves that were being made are like, I am hoping you make a mistake.
It's tough to make proactive moves when Nova's playing Marcel like this.
But Super Yoshi is on the show. Like, how many more kicks could have gone through?
That is fair. I don't know. RRQ has still had these issues for a while. They got the win against Flash, but I think we all know that Flash isn't really in a state that can compete with other teams right now.
Yeah.
This is meant to be the true test. Right now, they are on the cusp of failing. Game 2, what needs to happen?
Well, I think they need to kind of readjust with their early game. I like the Cho, don't get me wrong. Cho was looking pretty good there to kind of enable the rest of the composition to find any leads in the side lanes. I will admit they do need something else off of Dairen, right? This Sora is not getting as much value anymore, especially when Uranus or Phoveus is on the opposite side. I would argue that like Sora into Benedetta is probably a little bit better, because then it's like, okay, Benedetta only works with a couple of cooldowns compared to Uranus and Phoveus who just fight forever.
I feel like Dairen also is kind of predictable on the Sora.
Well, I mean, I don't think that he's too predictable. He's a good laner, but like, I feel like
team fights.
Everybody else is adjusting towards him, to be fair. Like, again, Suelo's never in a position to get caught, like even in flicker range to cloud shift. And we saw what happened, the timing of the trace list, that was more on Hazel outperforming.
Yeah, but it is true that teams have begun to be able to adjust the Dairen. In fact, that's part of the reason why RRQ kind of dropped off the map after week 2. Everyone realized, hey, let's just focus Dairen down and he can no longer set up plays. Even until now, I feel like Dairen is trying to recreate that success.
I agree.
Where it's just like, oh, I'm gonna hunt down the back line, I'm gonna pick one person off, and sometimes it's just a bit too far.
It really is just a little bit too far, so that's why I'm thinking, like, what exactly can he do or find a pick that suits his style while still bringing plenty of benefits for the rest of the team, whether it's laning or team fights. Either ways, guys, just a quick reminder that the playoff tickets are currently on sale. Unfortunately, the upper brackets, lower brackets, and grand finals have been sold out, but everything else is free, especially when you start coming on to the MPL Carnival happening literally just outside the venue, and you guys can join that watch party to see the entire event for free.
I'm actually more excited to see what's going on in that MPL festival outside.
Well,
honestly,
considering that here by Quill City Mall, it's not a very small space outside, but yet they still have an abundance of things. I can only imagine Stadium Juara, we know that space. It's way bigger.
Yeah, there's a lot of room for activities. You know, we could have all sorts of stalls and booths, and they say it's gonna be ultimate big screen watch party too.
I don't know where they're gonna put that if I'm being maybe by the court, but either way, before we move on, we're gonna be throwing it over to Rose. Let's see what she's up to.
Terima kasih kepada kasih-kasih kita. Hey guys, this is Rose. Dan sekarang, Rose actually not called the #1 fan of RRQ. It is none other than Bang Kumis. Hello!
Halo Budak Malay. Halo.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Bang Kumis, apa jadi di game pertama? Kenapa macam tu?
Saya juga tak expect itu kena split push sama Moskovnya Melkito. Maksudnya Melkiti itu ya.
Melkiti, bukan Melkiti.
Ya, Melkiti.
Okay, sebagai fan sebenar, fan #1 RRQ Tora, how are you feeling? Kecewa ke? Happy ke? Sedih?
Yang pasti yang pertama kecewa lah ya. Karena kemarin kita sudah bisa putus lose streak, sudah pecah telur, tapi hari ini masa kalah lagi game 1 nih.
Okay, kalau kita nak cakap tentang game 1, apa yang Bang Kumis rasa RRQ Tora perlu diperbaiki untuk menang game kedua?
Untuk game kedua, yang pertama sudah pasti tolong di zoom mapnya, tolong diperbesar aja mapnya. Saya curiga itu mapnya dihack sama virus Hoshi 99 itu. Makanya Tora jadi ketularan kalah kayak yang di Indo.
Now, Bang Kumis, kita yang selalu tengok live dan konten-konten Bang Kumis, kita tahu Bang Kumis ni bila cakap tak ada filter kan. So, apa yang satu nasihat you boleh bagi dekat RRQ Tora untuk bangkit sekali lagi untuk menang, hopefully reverse sweep perlawanan ini?
Kalau memungkinkan yang pertama, Pape bring back Hazel Pape. Jago banget itu Hazel Pape. Nggak bisa ya. Game 2 Hazel main buat Tora aja.
Nggak bisa. Itu Hazel udah ready IG. Aduh. Of course.
Kalau
Bang Kumis, kita tahu di MPL Indo, Kingdom sangat-sangat hype, sangat-sangat energetic. Boleh tak ajak Kingdom dekat Malaysia macam mana nak jadi energetic macam fans-fans dekat Indo?
Sebenarnya kalau sejauh yang saya lihat sekarang sudah makin antusias Kingdom Malay. Saya tak expect juga udah bisa seantusias sekarang. Mungkin performa King RRQ Tora belum bagus seperti di week-week awal, tapi harusnya kita masih bisa buat berjuang untuk playoff. Yang bisa saya kasih saran, mungkin lebih di tiket-tiketnya mereka butuh dukungan langsung di stage, itu yang paling penting. Nanti jangan lupa juga nanti kalau bisa bikin banner ya. Aku nak meletup bersama Tora.
Jangan. Okay, Bang Kumis.
Sorry.
Sebelum kita tamatkan interview ni, ramai orang kata Bang Kumis muka macam Fredo. Betul ke?
Oh, yeah, we are brother from another mother. I think lumayan mirip.
Tunjuk sikit pose Fredo ke? Anything yang you pernah nampak daripada Fredo?
Ya gini kan?
Boleh lah. Bang Kumis mungkin boleh bagi your tagline pula. Bang Kumis punya tagline.
Tagline khusus buat RRQ Tora.
Ya, oke also. Boleh juga.
Yang pertama mungkin khusus buat King RRQ Tora, Gary Haraheta Gary. Yang kedua baru Lenduren. Aku nak meletup. Biar semangat mereka game 2 nanti.
Alright, RRQ Tora nampak semangat sudah untuk game kedua. Terima kasih Bang Kumis. Thank you so much.
Siap.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye. Bye-bye budak-budak Malay.
Sempat lagi. Alright guys, kita pun dah borak dengan Fredo punya brother from another mother. With that, mari let's show it back to the game untuk mulakan game kedua dalam perlawanan ini.
had to think about what Bang Kumis just said there at the very end. Now, he is Indonesian.
Yes.
But was he speaking in Bahasa Malaysia or Bahasa Indo? Very big difference.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Let's just say he's not the greatest at English. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough, right?
Yep.
That's why he's got the second pair of glasses. So he can speak English better. What's the correlation? I don't know.
Look, it's better than actually coming up with the proper translation or figuring it out, because that might be a situation all in itself. But hey, whether you're Indonesian or Malaysian, just enjoy it. Just enjoy it, kids or slaves, one or the other. Now, 56% for the first pick rate for IG. Sorry, not first pick. Win rate on first pick coming in from IG side. I would like to see how they approach this, because every time they are on the red side of the map, usually Yishinshin is within their back pocket, right? It's so easy to pick up. It's a lot more flexible. And the fact that Mel QT has shown to play it a couple of times.
Yeah, in comparison, you can't really pick Yishinshin first pick on blue side. You need to hope that the red side lets it through.
Yep.
And a lot of teams are banning YSS consistently against IG just because they know how strong Hazel is with it. So maybe you need to ban that, but then there's other heroes like the Marcel that you had issues with. Like, what's worth the ban slot?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that right now the meta is pretty difficult, especially when you don't know the pure guarantees of your team. And that's the problem. IG is a lot more confident in who has those tools compared to RRQ Tora, which is why their drafting looks a lot more flexible and a lot more defined. Now, let's come into the drafting phase here, but first we obviously have to look at a random map draw. As IG is on blue, RRQ Tora on red, we get Expanding Rivers.
Oh, scary map. IG plays fast, plays hard, rotates very effectively. And this is a map that accentuates that to the maximum degree. One thing's for sure, you can't let the Yisanshin through on this one. Hey, there he is.
There he is. Hey, it's like people, it's like a prod is listening. It's like we're an entire show or something. That's crazy.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was magic. There's been people behind the stage the whole time?
Now you've got the image of our producers at the back. Instead of all the technology, it's just a tome. It's just a tome and magic fingers being waved. Oh boy.
There's reciting magic spells back there.
Just get incantations in the back. I'm sorry, I can't hear the call. The old Latin doesn't make sense.
Your pronunciation's wrong.
It's I'm not gonna take that. All right, here we go. A lot of jungle bans here, and Cho alongside with Harith.
Okay. YSS is still open. I don't really feel like it's a hero that RRQ will take either, so IG can quite easily snap up the Zeus in straight away.
All right, let's see here, because again, in this position, we saw RRQ decide to go for Marcel instead. So let's see whether this is going to be the case. Are we going to see Marcel coming out of RRQ? Are we not?
I don't think Super Yoshi plays Marcel nearly as well as Novax Kobar.
I don't know about that one. He's had moments.
He's had moments, but just compared to the way Nova was playing game one. Moments compared to... Oh,
that's true. That's true.
Super Yoshi takes pictures. Nova's recording.
So you tell me Super Yoshi has he hasn't activated ray tracing.
He doesn't have the graphics card.
He's still back on the Titan, the 1080 Titan, right?
He's on integrated graphics.
So real. So real. But here we go. Yishinshin once again with a similar setup here with Uranus as their frontline, but Zul Sin instead of going in for the big wombo combos.
Now, the Eve was a very big part of IG's previous match. Suelo did so much damage with it. Zusin not quite able to recreate that same degree of success, which means that you can't really pick the Marcel anymore unless you're willing to give up the mid lane control. And that means the Eve can be snapped up by RRQ to give them a little bit more prio in team fights.
Yeah, now the question is, what are the supports going to be? And I think that's going to be the big defining point for either one of these comps, right? If you're so confident in getting your mid laners, that means you're trying to set up for something else. And not to mention, at least for IG, they've set up Uranus ahead of time, so now EXP is going to start suffering.
Indeed. RRQ should at least try to make sure they can get that EXP lane prio. Yetri got away with way too much space created last game. They still banned a Marcel?
That's a throwaway. That's a throwaway from RRQ. They didn't need to do that.
I agree. We literally just said Marcel Zusin mid duo was bad.
Interesting. Okay, so I think that RRQ is trying to say, you know what? We're not thinking about the laning phase right now. We need to think of the team fight as a whole. If Yve drops on the RWM, the golden hour gets thrown on top of her, it's basically a wasted ult no matter what. So let's get rid of Marcel out first. Deny opportunities for Nova x Kovar, which is totally fine. And then we see what the response. So Hilda's the response, both sides. I think that RRQ might pivot off of the support bans.
If they do ban more supports, what would they... It would probably be Hylos, right?
I think either Hylos or they ban Moskov here.
Ban Moskov.
Oh, wait. Oh, did it? I think... God damn it, it's Mel on the opposite side. There's still an Obsidia that... What's worse?
Yeah.
Would I prefer a split pusher or somebody who completely outscales me at the end of the day?
Obsidia... They're scary for different things, because we already saw Mel how active he is with the Spear of Destruction, whereas Obsidia just outscales once you hit late game. They banned the Kalea instead, which is... I guess that's fine. Kalea Zusin is a lot of CC.
I mean, it's a lot of the CC, but it's like little to no damage.
Yeah, the wave clear is sufficient. I think it's mostly so that Hazel doesn't get free snowball kills.
Okay, I think that's a fair argument overall, but... yeah, I feel like right now RRQ, they could go with like a Khalid or even a Glue on their side. I think Glue would probably be the best out of the bunch. The Khalid more so to deny their opponent.
And then they banned the Hylos. That's perfectly fine. Whenever there's an Eve in the game, Hylos on the same team is scary, Hylos on the opposite team is scary. They go for the Khalid instead, so RQ already has a pretty strong mid duo.
They do.
And that's one of the better combos with the Zusin, so IG doesn't have access to that anymore.
Now they go Glue here for the side of IG.
Should be Glue, yeah.
If I pair up Glue, what else do I need? I still need a Marksman. Do I need Purify for this? Probably not. I think Moskov is really okay. Obsidia's both. It really depends on MelQT's preference overall. Unless we see like another jungle pick and Yishin goes into the goal, which we haven't seen very often, if I'm being perfectly honest.
I think it would be a waste. We know how good Hazel is. You want to not let him play the Yisun-Shin. And the Moskov is very comfortable here. Should be fine. They go for the Gatot instead of the Glue. I think that's okay as well.
Okay. So now this kind of reveals a little bit of how they adjust or think about this composition. Because with Yishin and now you're, once again, you're trying to quote-unquote protect the president, but your vice president is just as important. I think they understand that the mid-trio, it's not about interacting with their opponent, it's about clearing, deny the space, don't let them steal resources, and if we have the advantage, we make the first move, clear it fast, and then we can make choices afterwards of splitting apart or walking together.
Yeah, this draft from IG has a lot of the same DNA as before, since of course you're building around YSS and Moskov.
Yep.
But the big difference for RQ here is there is no turret DPS in that Eve, and there is no momentum stopper in the golden hour. So
I mean, they might have just found it here with the Alice. To be fair, we don't have golden hour, but at least now we have an opportunity to find a big engagement onto Hazel. Like, this is a lot. RWM, Raging Sandstorm, potential Blade Surge. He's got to dodge a lot.
I do think it's a very solid comp coming in from RQ this time around. They don't have the Marcel to worry about. The Eve's on their side this time, so they can control objectives easier. We know IG is willing to give up some of these early trades in order for Hazel to farm, but the Khalid could invade as well. So if RQ is able to shift things up enough here, there is a chance to bring us to a full series, and that is a lifeline that the kingdom is desperately looking for. So we return to the Land of Dawn once again. It's gonna be game number 2. The rivers have expanded to facilitate even faster movement and hopefully more aggressive gameplay.
All right, let's see how aggressive they're actually going to get. Because in the previous matchup, you can definitely tell that IG was not really interested in interacting with RRQ until absolutely necessary. They know that they have timings to play around, and if they can slow RRQ down, every second eventually compounds into each other. Now, RRQ, they've got a pretty good control over the mid lane as of right now. They want to do this very, very slow. They don't even want to proc the Concussive Blast on the wave because they want to keep them here where it's visible.
And they want to keep it as even as possible. Don't want to force Super Yoshi to walk up in front against a Zusin.
Nice.
Very solid minion wave control.
That's it. Let him have it. Let him have it, AJ. Make sure you got to show dominance in this lane. And immediately Lethal Wander actually falling into the hands of RRQ Tora. Slight changes here, making the difference.
Yeah, Dyron has priority over the EXP lane, so he's able to rotate a lot easier. Oh, Super Yoshi should not be here.
Don't worry, he's okay. Quicksand Guard in 3, 2, 1. Oh no! He was about to get the reset onto the butterflies. I thought he was going to immediately do it after the taunt, but I guess not.
Did he have Quicksand Guard on cooldown? I guess he just overestimated how long it would take for him to get out of there.
Or maybe it got cancelled and we didn't see it when the taunt came through.
Possible.
But then, wait, no, he got hit by the taunt and then hit level 2. So I would only assume, no, whatever, he didn't die. He just lost his flicker, so no big deal. Down by bot side, pillow fight, nothing's happening. It's really about the mid laners at this point.
I mean, no flicker for Khalid in the first turtle, though. Is pretty valuable for IG. But I also feel like they just don't want to fight this, right? This is a Khalid, Eve combo, Alice as well, who is currently winning lane against your Uranus. I don't think IG needs the force turtle.
This is a non-contest. Again, they should probably follow the exact same plan. If we can delay this, it'll be great, but I don't even think the delay is that...
Oh, they found Super Yoshi, gets lifted over the wall. Quicksand Guard by some time, but Hazel will pick up first blood. They'll sacrifice turtle for it. That feels pretty worth it to me.
All right, that's okay. That's okay, but Gary is now keeping up pretty quick because his clear speed is much faster on the Suyo compared to the Leomord, and now has that level lead against Hazel thanks to not only the turtle but inclusive of the Lethal Wanderers. Now, Dyron is only going to be relevant for so long. Eventually, Year 3 is going to completely outscale him, but in the meantime, Dyron doing a very, very good job.
Yeah, Year 3 going to be a bit cheeky here. Steal some gold shield, but he still has prio for now. Spirit of Destruction somehow treads the needle between everyone, and Gary continuing to farm up a storm. Mid-game timing going to be important for RRQ. That's where they can really fight.
We're just going to have to wait and see. Gonna have to wait and see here because very vigilant from RRQ Tora. No matter where you see Gary, Scary Gary, showing up on the map in terms of his farm, notice that RRQ Tora are leading into that direction, especially AJ, right? And that might be a tell for IG.
If they can catch anyone at all and get kills into Gary, he will be able to snowball and take control until Ruff comes online. That would be the game plan. But it's also true, like you mentioned, if they rotate too hard in Gary's direction, it's an easy information for Hazel to say, okay, that's where he is.
No, but this is under the assumption that IG figured it out in the first place, right? Oh, actually, I should have checked the emblems just now. I'm actually not sure if they're running Master Assassin, which I'm assuming they are if they're trading this heavily against each other. Or they could be going on Festival of Blood for all intents and purposes.
Mount Shocker comes out, they go for the Eve, they found AJ on the rotation. That was so fast.
Bad habit, bad habit. A little rusty coming in from AJ. He should be checking these bushes pretty proactively. And also remember the vision changes to a lot of the mid laners, right? Throwing an ability doesn't reveal the entire bush anymore.
Yeah, you gotta think a little bit more about where someone might be hiding there. Because the Eve is gone, Invictus can actually take control of the turtle first. Dyron is there though to slow down Hazel. Revitalize comes out, Raging Sandstorm connects with Hazel. And the backline is very low. The Retribution is going to miss, but he still actually gets the kill on Super Yoshi. Dyron though finds the shutdown, a great gold injection into the Alice.
Huge gold injection, but better yet for Gary. Now he's going to take full control over it. This is such a crucial timing on this second turtle because now he gets the full clear on that bottom side. I would even make an argument that he could go for the purple if he wanted to, but he still has to full clear his side of the map first.
And that is a pretty big swing though. Hazel's farm has been stopped. His shutdown bounty has been claimed. Invictus still has a slight goal lead, but RRQ needs to continue finding these opportunities. The more they're able to slow Hazel down, the better the chances will be.
Very confident of Gary to go Sky Piercer as his first item, actually, after the Fury Hammer. Like, he wants to have the inevitable burst and clear up all the members after maybe Ruff and Dyron go for big engages.
I think this is one of those cases where you may as well be confident. You have a solid enough team composition. You know you can win most team fights as long as you play it correctly. Early kills will, again, snowball very hard for RRQ.
Yeah, I think that RRQ Tora have to play like a poke composition, unfortunately, right? Just come up and like force, like target the front lines, like Nova X Kobar. Unfortunately, Year 3 might be a little harder to do until you start getting Wishing Lantern, but Nova X Kobar is still susceptible early on.
Nova gonna be able to help protect the gold lane for now. Dyron in a 1v2 situation down bottom. A little bit of a risk. What? Excuse me, Dyron? Are you okay?
Are you okay, sir? Sir, please.
Sir, do you need assistance?
Sir, please, sir, don't redeem it. 10 more seconds left until the next turtle actually shows up. I don't know, that was quite the blunder for Dyron.
It's not terrible. Like, it's not like being killed there is like gonna impact the game too much. The issue is how unnecessary it was.
I mean, it's a gold injection for Hazel because look at that. The damage is so real. AJ and even Super Yoshi losing a majority of their HP, but it's gonna be another no contest as we look at topside. LQT now having to deal with Dyron.
They are doing a good job of poking Hazel out, I will say. He's not really able to walk up in these fights, but he is still sporting a pretty solid KDA as a result of all of this.
He's found windows, right? At least with the turtle boat. Question is whether how many more windows does he actually find here? Unless Suelo is able to like pick somebody up, and even then, it was small margins.
They're going for Ruff. They're setting up the taunt. Ruff goes in, blazing duet. He tries to buy time, but it's not gonna work. He's surrounded by 3, and now Super Yoshi realizes I came here too late. Yeah, 3 doing a great job of zoning everyone else away.
A good attempt, but unfortunately, still, Ruff is gonna go down. Hazel very patient on that turtle ball, waited for the full commitment.
He tried to juke around it, but yeah, the patience from IG, they are used to these heroes. AOG to cut off and actually gets a 3-man knockup, forces out the RWF early. Hazel comes from the side, AJ goes down, Throne of Ruin connects with 2, but gets lifted up, thrown into the jaws of death, and Hazel doesn't stop. Flickerating Sandstorm connects with 2, pretty good, but Hazel's still able to dash away, and now Super Yoshi gets lifted up as well. Double kill for the Yi Sun-Jin.
Man, AJ really did not want to lose that mid-tier 1, but unfortunately he just had to. And again, keep in mind that Super Yoshi, I would assume, could look for the counter engage at any point of time. He just needed a potential follow-up, which AJ just threw into the wind for the sake of the wave. If not, I think that Super Yoshi, if he was going to commit RWM to the wave, I think that Super Yoshi should have committed the ult to the wave as well.
Yeah, there was miscommunication there from RRQ for sure. Some people wanted to defend the tower, some people threw abilities early, some wanted to wait and regroup. If there was still an Eve alive after that double Raging Sandstorm, RRQ could have definitely turned the fight around, but you are seeing the cracks form here. This is why the Kingdom has been having trouble in the league.
Yeah, it is. It's just the synergy, right? Just making sure that they've got the right chemistry. And unfortunately, IG, they've got not only the camaraderie, but you can clearly tell they're communicating way better. Dyron, looking for an opportunity here to get in on this fight, and the dance continues.
Mountain Shocker, he once again see everything. Dyron being slowed down very successfully. Great zoning from Invictus. Wow. Nova even dragging Super Yoshi forward, forcing out the Raging Sandstorm, and he just blows up. RWM gonna be used, but the backline is being dived by Year 3, and they're all flickering away from the Uranus. He's literally just standing there, and there's nothing RRQ Tora can do about it. But the Eri, no! Why would you do that? Unstoppable for Hazel.
An attempt being made, and they were actually flickering away from Nova X Kobar's AOG, which then, unfortunately, still clips somebody. But they can't get away from Year 3. And Year 3 has played a strong game. Maintained, scaled up, and now he's in a position where he can kind of do whatever he wants. Suelo going for an Ice Queen's wand to be extra dangerous, to make it difficult to run away. Not that they needed the extra chasing power when they have Hazel and MelQT, but who's counting here, right?
You could add on just a little bit. He knows he's a support this game. Yep. Doesn't really need the damage. Why not be more annoying?
Oh, the worst case scenarios unfolding for RRQ. They lose the shielding, Lord still at full health.
Yeah, they actually broke it before the Lord collided. Best case scenario. And he actually even tanks some tower hits to keep the Lord healthy a little longer. The waves are beautifully synced up for Invictus Gaming, so that means they can stay and knock on the front door. No more holy defense up top. Mid will get burnt away, so mid tower should be fine. Nice raging sandstorm. They found MelQT. He's gonna get punished for that one. Gary gets the execution, but the rest of them are tanky enough to survive it. Invictus gotta back out of that one.
Very nice. I thought Novak's Core was gonna just dive under tower again like he did with the bottom tower. That's what I thought was going to happen, to try and punish this, knowing that maybe a preemptive RWM was gonna come out. Well, it's not the end of the world at the very least for Invictus. It's just a slight goal turnover. I think that's like a total of 500. They were like 6-4 just now. Now coming down to 5-9, 5-7.
It's not ideal, but at least MelQT doesn't have a bounty right now. So
right, yeah.
Could be worse, right? Hazel is obviously the one RRQ wants. But Mel was a little bit out of position there. That was a bit greedy.
It was a bit greedy. As soon as he dashed forward and then the RWM came out, like, he probably was going to die no matter what. But hey, Super Yoshi ensured that. That being said, though, I am looking at the rest of the items here, and unfortunately for Dyron, he's not in a position to really take advantage. Wait, hold on a second. Does nobody have a Dom Ice on their side? Yeah, nobody's got a Dom Ice on the side. They at least have a glowing wand. They have the glowing wand coming in from Yves. I'm looking around to see... Yeah, why do they not have multiple ways of anti-heal? They've got like plenty of high healers, high sustainers. Yetri's a high sustainer, Nova's a high sustainer, even without the revitalize. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, that is weird, actually.
I would have imagined that the Chastised Pauldron probably would have wanted to come out as a third item, but considering the lead that Invictus had, they probably have to change the order so they live a little bit longer.
But Super Yoshi actually prioritized Radiant first.
Okay, so Spilo has been a problem to him?
I don't think that's worth it.
I don't know. I mean, there are 3 targets for that Radiant armor. It's not the end-all, be-all, but like, now that MelQT has the Trinity, it's starting to not pay its dividends.
Yeah, dominance would be a lot more... AOG comes in, gets one knockout, Grim Destruction connected to the backline, and he finds Gary. Monster kill for Hazel. Artilan comes out defensively, but MelQT doing a lot of skewer damage. Flicker comes through. Throne of Ruin is good from Tyrant, but there's no follow-up. It's a double kill for the YSS.
What was that? He threw the flowing blood backwards and still want to engage. Just throw the darn thing forward then. What? Alright, it's okay. In the meantime, we see that they're gonna defend this somehow. Is RWM off cooldown? No, it's not.
It's not.
He doesn't have ult as well, and Ruff doesn't have anything to throw out.
Look at Hazel. He knows he can just stand there. Ruff, Yetri, and Novak Skobar can just stand in front. Yetri can literally walk under the tower. Crystal, Ruff nearly dying just from poke damage from afar. Lenore will collide. RQ able to drag it over to the side, so it's a little easier to burn it down. And Invictus doesn't really have minions to play with, so the Crystal will survive, but the final inhibitor will fall.
But they had Lord. They had Lord, and they knew that AJ didn't have his ult. I mean, they have their ults now, but it's about to get a lot worse.
Oh, Throne of Ruin from Tyrant! Secures 2, but it's not enough! The damage is too high! Invictus Gaming! They just melt through the backline. Grim Destruction connects with AJ. He skewers him into the Crystal. Ruff gonna get picked off. They find everything. Hazel, he's standing in front of the base. He gets shut down, but he knows that it is already the end. Invictus Gaming with the clean sweep victory.
Very nicely played coming out from Invictus Gaming's side. At the end, MelQT is like, you know what? Yeah, I did deserve yesterday's Savage. Let me show you what I'm made of right at the very end. I personally think that there was an angle for them to end the game off of the Lord, but it's a lot of probing. They knew that the RWM should still be on cooldown. The question is whether the Raging Sandstorm was still up.
I think they just wanted to play it a little slow. After what happened before with MelQT getting kicked off by trying to hit the tower, they're just like, we're gonna slow it down a little bit. We're so far ahead that we have the time to do so. And they got a fight into us.
Yep, they did. And I think that at IG, they're much better at these kiting style of compositions, right? And don't get me wrong, RRQ, they're pretty good at team fights. In terms of coordination on the initiation, that's where they're good at. What happens afterwards, it's a give or take.
And also, when they play from behind, it's just chaotic, right? A lot of calls are being made that aren't being followed by the entire team. Someone wants to engage, the rest can't, and you end up with very scattered gameplay.
Yeah, we have, wow, even Indonesian fans are coming over to support RRQ Tora. But with that being said, though, Invictus Gaming, a convincing 2-0 win. We're going to throw it over to Rose to have the interview with the boys up on stage.
The upper bracket dream is still very much alive. 2-0. Permainan yang sangat-sangat bersih untuk Invictus Gaming. And of course, di atas pentas bersama dengan Rose, kita ada Mel Cutie dan juga Nova.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Good game.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Sangat-sangat clean. Happy hari ni.
Happy.
Okay, kita start dulu dengan tak happy. Kenapa? Apa tu?
Happy jugalah, tapi tak happy lah sebab kita orang nak revenge semua yang kita orang kalah dekat leg 1. Tapi kalah dengan SRG kan. So RRQ kita orang dah revenge. Tim Ray pun dah revenge.
It's okay. Masing-masing dah secure playoffs. Mungkin boleh jumpa di playoffs.
Betul.
Okay, now Mel, Rose nak tanya. Di game pertama tadi, ingat tak you ada moment split tu?
Betul.
Okay, first of all, apa idea? Kenapa you buat decision untuk split?
Sebab saya rasa dorang memang tak nak defend. Dorang macam nak balik awal. So saya split lah bagi end awal. Tapi time tu Hazel dia nak savage. So saya lama sikit. Itu yang kita recall dulu.
Memang niat nak KS yang SOD tu?
Tak juga.
Niat nak KS?
Dia nak savage.
Maniac je?
Ya. Lepas tu nak KS lah.
Nak KS lah tu. Sebab dah agak dah tiba-tiba SOD keluar. Lepas tu recall macam kenapa dia nak prolong the game? Tak takut ke orang boleh tiba-tiba balik base?
Tak boleh dah.
Tak boleh.
Tak kalah dah tu.
Confident lain macam. Kenapa Mel Cutie sangat-sangat confident untuk musim ini?
Sebab masa leg 1 kan. Ni throwback sikit lah.
Okay, throwback sikit.
Leg 1 saya nampak dekat TikTok.
Oh, okay.
Bang Kumis dia kata Moskov saya Melky Toy.
Saya terasa sikit lah.
So saya nak buktikan lah tu yang main Moskov 2 game tu.
Patutlah. Okay, Mel, since you dah throwback kan, Rose pun nak throwback lah. Di leg pertama, ramai orang cakap actually Mel agak kurang, tak perform sebanyak. Tapi bila kita dah masuk leg kedua, nampak macam lain macam. Semalam dapat savage, hari ni dapat split. Kenapa sebenarnya Mel Cutie nampak beza sangat leg pertama dengan leg kedua?
Paling mungkin terlalu selesa kot sebelum MPL start kan. So bila masuk leg 1 tu nampaklah underperform. Saya pun mengakui yang memang saya beban tim and saya kena step up and banyaklah orang yang support, family and princess.
Kenapa tiba-tiba suara macam?
Tak, dia banyak marah saya.
Oh, banyak marah?
Dia kata kalau no, saya tak nak kenal awak dah.
Macam tu ada syarat?
So saya kena perform lah.
Patutlah. Okay. Kadang-kadang kan buff ni actually penting. Bagi lagi semangat nak main.
Betul.
So, Rose pun nak tanya, kita tahu IG ada gold laner baru which is Darmew kan? Adakah Darmew pun salah satu reason kenapa Mel Cutie tengah all out?
Betul jugalah. And saya pun banyak belajar dari Darmew macam mana nak main laning phase. And hero-hero macam clean tu pun lah. Saya tak yakin nak main clean semalam tu. Tapi masa boleh beritahu? Masa scrim Darmew yang main clean.
Faham. So itu hero dia. Lepas tu you pun banyak belajar ilmu daripada dia. And I'm pretty sure Darmew sebagai rookie pun banyak belajar ilmu daripada Mel.
Kot lah.
Okay, kita pun dah borak dengan Nova. Now, kita semua tahu Nova ni actually orang yang pemalu, orang yang introvert. Tapi one thing I have to ask, kenapa setiap kali IG walk in ada post yang lain? Siapa sebenarnya yang buat idea ni?
Itu kita bincang lah sesama sendiri. So macam tadi saya punya post semua kan. So saya buat je lah.
So masa dalam player room, biasanya team tengah discuss pasal game, korang tengah discuss pasal pose lah?
Ya, kita orang just enjoy nak main hari ni. Sebab pressure kita orang semua kat gaming house je. Kat sini kita orang just nak enjoy main dengan game style kita orang je.
Pressure tinggal dekat gaming house. Bila datang ke arena, fully focus, fully have fun. Macam tu?
Betul.
Okay. And kita pun tahu di mana IG ni selalu banyak bawa meta, off meta lah kan. Banyak cheese pick, betul? I nak tanya, do you think that practicing banyak cheese pick dekat scrim ataupun dekat rumah itu salah satu advantage di mana you guys boleh menggunakan lagi banyak hero di pentas MPL?
Betul lah, sebab hero cheese pick ni kan kita jarang lawan. So kalau kita dapat bawa cheese pick kat MPL ni, enemy pun macam
terkejut
lah. So better lah.
You like it lah?
Saya suka.
Ada ke cheese pick daripada Nova?
Akan ada lah next week lawan BTR.
I rasa perlawanan itu kita boleh stay tune lah kan guys. And of course kita pun sudah saksikan perlawanan bersih daripada Invictus Gaming, tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. Agak-agaknya siapa yang MVP dia?
Hazel.
Alright guys, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada
Go Jels!
Wait. Nova!
Ji, Cok.
Tak buat apa pun.
Tak buat apa. Janganlah macam tu dekat teammate sendiri. Mel ni kan. Okay, Nova. Rose nak tanya, bagi Nova kan, apa yang Nova rasa the key factor lah untuk kemenangan-kemenangan sebelum ni?
Maybe sebab bonding kita orang lah. Dengan team, dengan coach. Lepas tu, we just play on our system. So, that's all lah.
Okay, Rose actually ada satu soalan kepada Hazel. Kalau dia MVP, tapi dia tak MVP. So, I tanya you guys lah. Sebagai teammate dia, korang boleh wakil dia kan?
Boleh sangat.
Boleh, okay. Kalau kita tengok data, Hazel main YSS 11 kali untuk musim ni. Dan dia kalah hanya sekali sahaja. Maksud tu dia menang 10 game. So, as a team, masa korang tengah draft, apa perasaan bila orang ataupun tim-tim lain tak respect ban Hazel punya hero, especially his YSS?
Kalau dari saya mungkin kita orang nak buktikan lah yang kalau diorang tak respect ban, memang diorang kalah lah. Itu je. Selagi diorang tak ban, selagi tu kita orang pakai.
Okay, bolehlah push MMR kan? Push MMR, okay.
Lain kali respect.
Lain kali respect. Okay, got it boss. Thank you very much. Boss, anything yang nak cakap dekat fans-fans yang datang dan sokong Invictus Gaming?
Thank you so much guys. Invictus. Meriah hari ni. Keep supporting us next week and play off guys. See you guys.
Alright, thank you very much. Sangat-sangat meriah indeed. With that, mari let's throw it back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini menentang dengan RRQ Tora.
Thank you so much, Rose, our MVP, going over to the man himself, Nova X Kopar. And do you agree with Mel QT's statement? Did he truly not contribute? Or is he the reason?
It's just silent contribution, right?
I don't know about with the Gato game. I don't think that's silent.
Maybe not as much, right?
He's literally nuclear missile incoming.
It's more like it's a common issue for roamers. You know? We do so much.
Oh, okay.
And then our teammates are like, oh, what did you even do?
Well, what did you do? We'll see the numbers in just a little bit of how much Nova X Kopar was actually doing in this game. But overall, a tough defeat for RRQ once again. Just, man, they were getting a couple of good initiations. They just couldn't get Ruff to be in that position to join them in that final dive.
Yeah, the first 1 or 2 fights from RRQ Tora were not bad, actually. They got some pickoffs, they zoned Hazel out. They even managed to get a kill on him fairly early on that second turtle.
Yep.
But then after that, just kind of scrambled again, right? Some players want to do this, some players want to do that. IG is, of course, causing these issues by being proactive, having the AOG cut things off, Yetri again being a nuisance on that Uranus. But I really wish we got to see RRQ actually play together as a team, right? You gotta win together, you gotta lose together.
It feels a bit, feels like we're dealing with like amnesia at times where they just forget they're a team. And then when they do remember, they get these great initiations, which unfortunately don't result into enough when you are this far behind. This is 13 minutes in the game, significantly shorter than the near 18-minute game, nearly 19-minute game when IG was on red side. Arguably with a slightly weaker comp, but even so, I think that RRQ really just dropped the ball.
It's a lot of autopiloting, I feel like, where once communications break down, everyone's just trying to do something on their own.
Yeah.
And it could be, oh, I want to fight, or no, I don't want to fight. Even just those singular thoughts would already create a lot of chaos. But I imagine that it's even worse than that, right?
Probably.
That one moment from Dyren. I don't need to mention which one it is. Don't
worry about it. The end of it all, it's going to be Rich Guy Hazel at 889.
Wow.
Rough the carry at 62,000 total damage. He's put in the numbers now, but they're just a little too big. Sandbag, 204k worth of damage taken by Ye 3, and Suelo as best wingman, 15 total assists.
Suelo plays so good on these meta mages that it makes you wonder why Zask was a thing. Why some of these off-meta picks show up. I guess he's just having a good time, because you can tell that the morale is high on IG. The fact that they're even able to make Nova pose and dance around a little bit on stage shows they've really grown together.
They have. And you can definitely see that the chemistry is significantly better than RRQ. That is obvious to everyone. Now, the individual prowess of the RRQ members should not be taken lightly, but at the same time, when you're playing at the top level of MLBB, these small little mistakes all start adding up.
I do feel like Ruff is trying. He really is farming up. He's keeping up with Mel QT, actually, when the rest of his team is losing, but he obviously can't carry the game alone.
Well, I think the major issue is that once the turret started to go down, you can instantly see that Invictus, from this point onwards, 7 minutes, it's just pure domination, right? They take this Lord, they immediately go and fight into the purple buff zone. They win that fight, they take the entire purple buff side of the jungle, and they just rinse and repeat this process. It's the conversion of winning fights that we see Invictus Gaming getting some real dosh out of RRQ.
I think you can compare a lot of these fights with the way that Invictus reacted during game 1, that one time when they all collapsed on Dyren to save Hazel.
You're right,
rather than going for the turtle. Compare that to RRQ. In some of these fights, it's like, we want that Lord, we gotta fight into the Lord. Meanwhile, Yetri's dealing with 2 or 3 people behind them, when they could just be grouping up, maybe taking out the Uranus, cutting their losses short. It's a short-sightedness.
I suppose. I don't know if it's whether it's because of the shot calling here, or whether or not they just have different philosophies in a situation. But they gotta start ironing those out as soon as possible. You even heard the famous words of Chiku guys before Torak breaking apart. Hey, I don't care if it's wrong. You follow the call. We live and die as a team.
Yeah. That is basically the name of the game, right? Yes, you might think this call is not correct, but if you fail to trust the shot caller, there is already a breakdown from that aspect. And IG, they know how to play together. This success has brought them all the way here, still remaining in second place. Very high chance of being in those upper brackets with SRG.
Oh, whoa. Team Ray also wants to be part of those upper brackets right now. In terms of the aggregate points, it's kind of looking dull, but if Team Ray or even IG drop a single one of their series, the opposing side could easily catch up. And I'm talking about Team Ray, because even if they get even scores, they're going to lose to the aggregates.
There's a pretty notable aggregate difference. So they gotta win more matches than IG if they want to get that second place slot. As for RRQ, they're still gonna be in 5th place for now, but a victory here would have helped a lot in making them more secure in their position, and now BTR or AC could just take over.
Yeah, let's look at the bracket forecast. These are the multiple iterations that we could potentially have for the upper bracket quarterfinals and also the upper bracket semifinals down to the grand finals. Of course, we also have to include the lower bracket semifinals here, but we don't know who's really going to get thrown down there.
Yeah, it's good to see that even at the end of the second last week of the regular season, still don't really know for sure yet who is going where. It shows that competition has been pretty close up until this point, and anything could still happen. I'm looking forward to week number 8. There's the chance for some teams to really bring their A game to claw for those last few points, or some teams to just decide, hey, it's time for some fun.
Maybe. I think when we're talking about it, it's really just Vamos that we're putting our eyes upon, because I think they are the only ones with multiple games in week 8 on top of IG as well, if I remember the ticket sales just now. Either way, Team Ray ticket sales just now. Either way, it's still a pretty hard position to be in, because that upper bracket gives you that free buy. And this is a double elimination system, right? So even if you do end up losing in the upper bracket semifinals, you just fall down to the lower bracket finals.
And of course, these teams are not just battling for the crown of MPLMY, but to represent us at MSC. So If you guys want to come by, watch the action happening. Playoff tickets are still available for sale for the first couple days. Grand finals, upper bracket finals, lower bracket finals are unfortunately sold out, but we are still having that MPL festival by EsportsCon outside. We got the watch party from 5th to 7th June, so drop by even if you don't have that ticket.
Yep. Again, this is our last week here. MPL has been running for 7 weeks so far, and now next week will be our 8th and final one. It's BTRM facing off Flash, Team Rave facing off RRQ Tora on Friday. On Saturday, Vamos takes on AC, SRG takes on TR, BTRM faces off IG, and then finally on Sunday, Vamos plays their last game against Flash, and all combo must face off against RRQ.
So there are a couple teams that still have 2 matches. Vamos, like you pointed out, but also BTRM, Flash, and AC. Also Team Ray, so more than you would think, but a lot of the teams that are sitting on the bottom half of the standings still have opportunities to get those points, so gotta keep your eye on the competition.
All with the exception of AC. Oh wait, there's still one iteration where AC might be able to make it through?
I think
no,
so.
Wait, no.
Wait,
They haven't qualified at all, right? Because it was, I think, Friday, which we confirmed it after they lost, because they only had a 1% chance to make it over.
Oh. So do we already know our top 6?
Well, we don't know who else. We don't know who's in upper bracket. We know that it's SRG, and then we know that instant elimination here is going to be AC.
Okay.
That's the situation. We know top, we know the floor, we know the ceiling. We don't know what's in between that.
Oh, so is AC officially out of playoffs?
I think, well, I'm gonna have to run the math.
Yeah, we gotta check the math.
Because because there's still the problem with like BTRM, like they just need a just win a series and then it's okay. RRQ on the other side, it's not up to them anymore. It's out of their hands. They have to look at the other 2 teams and pray on their downfall, because those last 2 matches on week 8 are by far the most important.
They do have a chance to face AC themselves, so if they want to try and get their victory with their own hands instead of relying on fate, that's going to be an important one. And then as for IG, they've got 1 match left. That's going to be against BTRM on the 23rd of May. It's selling fast, only a couple tickets left. I think that is a match worth watching.
Yeah, that one's going to be fun. That one's going to be really, really fun. Considering that BTRM, it's Chibi versus Hazel once again. Chibi guys versus Mel QD. I mean, there's obvious certain matchups that we want to experience, but who's to say? Maybe they'll come up with something new next week. You never know. It's MPL NY.
But it's not just MPL that's having a great time here. We also got MAL, right? Our Academy League. We got our first match at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Daily matches from Monday to Wednesday. And we even have a new blessing system happening over there. A first in MLBB Esports, where you can even out the battlefield a little bit between stronger and weaker teams based on points rankings that give them abilities like map selection, ban priority, draft priority.
Ban protection?
Yeah.
What the hell is ban protection?
Certain heroes can't be banned.
Are you for real?
I think so.
What? Why would they do that? Huh?
For fun.
Wow.
Well, even up the playing ground, right?
I don't know how that... Huh. I guess it is anybody who's on the lower side, right? Okay, fair enough. Either ways, we also want to introduce you guys to the MPL Talk Malaysia, everything that is happening around the MPL and why specifically. Come on over and watch it on YouTube at Tora Gaming, happening every Tuesday, 8 p.m. It's been happening very consistently, and of course, you got your favorite characters up there.
Yeah, we got some of our fellow casters on the Malay side, Mars and Sunfrost, making appearances there as well. So if you guys are looking for insights about MPL, more information about what's happening, make sure you guys check them out.
Now, with that being said, this is coming down to our, again, it's surprising that, it feels a little weird that we're going into our 7th week when we're used to 6, now going into the 8th, like, how are you feeling about it? And by the way, here's the CDK code just in case.
It's an interesting feeling, right? It's been a long time since we've had 8 weeks of the regular season.
Yeah.
We've been looking forward to this brand new era, new format of MPL NY for a long time. And now that we're reaching the tail end of it, it's like, wow, time Time flies.
Time does fly, but at the same time, as I look back to the previous seasons of like 6 weeks every single time, I've noticed that at least with the one extra week on each leg, it gives us just a little bit more time to develop these storylines, especially when we're looking at the situation now where it's like, who knows who's gonna get eliminated alongside like Flash, you know? Like, oh boy.
It does feel like there's a lot more ups and downs this season around, right? Teams going up, teams going down. I guess that's it from us for today, though, right? We're gonna finish things off here. Once again, see you guys next week for the final of MPL MY.
Boleh ulti nih?
Boleh ulti. Kurang aja gua BTN. Gas ya. Low semua, rata. Step back.
Gua nggak mati.
Goen aja ya, guys. Gua tutup. Udah goen. Nice one, guys. Nice one. Step back gua.
Cepet Mel anjing.
Ya Mel, cepat Mel. Kasih gua jangan Mel. Aduh. Step back gua. Oke lah, gua kasih maniak.
Pressure aja.
Tiga sini. Ayo guys, gas mita guys.
Tengok Yves guys.
Boleh. Sabar ya, dia glowing ya. Gas aja if-nya guys, if-nya doang guys. Bisa. Ayo. Kelas.
Lihat Zio.
Mati. Nih, diren. Ada pikir.
Mati
diren.
Oh.
Ada pikir dah. Simi, what's this?
I don't have second.
Okay, wait, you see.
Aku bantu.
Let's try guys. Lompat.
Aman.
Ulti kali. Masuk. Kali noti. Go step back. Step back ya.
Lagi.
Di KS sama siapa ini, Cuk?
Ini lihat gue prep.
Oke, ayo. Bye Cloud. Nice one.
Nice.
Bye.
Nice boy.
Easy.
Alhamdulillah.